All right, so last time, oh, my voice, sorry. I hit my first bad ending. I can't believe it. I went this long without hitting a bad ending, and then here I am, right? So, so here we are back at the start screen. This is where I left off last night, and I guess we're gonna go back and do a different choice. Let's look at that ending list though. It's apparently got ending 0. Wait, that's not even part of the 8 endings, so I haven't even gotten one of the 8 endings. That was just a dead end, I guess. Maybe that's why it was called ending 0. Are there several ending 0s? Well, we're gonna have to load a save if I wanna... Isn't Michelle pretty? No, I mean, if I get to another, hold on a second. If I want to get to another, choice, I have to, wait. Oh, this is interesting. But we don't, I pushed the wrong thing. Here we go. Inspect your memories, that's the saves. Ha! So, the bad ending last time was Yukimasa murdered Michelle, like, straight up. So, we need to go back here? Is it here? Oh, yep, this is it. So I thought, you know, being a gentleman and escorting Maria home would be the right thing to do, but that got me murdered. So, if you're certain, very well, just, be safe, Maria. Don't get murdered. If you're certain, very well. I appreciate the thought. See ya. Hold on a second. Something else you needed? I would like, if you could, for you to tell me about the time you spent with Morgana. Anything you can, no matter how insignificant it may seem. I want to know what kind of life she had there. How's tomorrow sound? Tomorrow? I'll sneak into the courtyard tomorrow night. Meet me there and I'll tell you what you want to know. She said that down the other route too, that she was going to meet us tomorrow night. But in that way she never did. So they make the plan either way. Meet me there and I'll tell you what you want to know. Why not now, though? No real reason, just need a little time to sort things through. Huh? See you tomorrow night. Stay warm. Not even a chance to get another word in. Also, I feel like I'm dressed much warmer than her. Tomorrow night, that doesn't leave us with much time. Giselle. What? Hello, what is it? You've been so quiet, I was getting concerned. It's good to know you're still there. Guess I sort of dozed off for a bit. I'm fine though, no need to worry. Are you sure? I think we should head back too. We've done about everything we can today. You're right. Running to Maria was a great stroke of luck. Thanks to her, we now have confirmation that the nun is indeed Pauline. And we've potentially convinced Pauline to try to talk to the swordsman. She's gonna sell you out! And Yukimasa's gonna be coming after your ass! And Mel's! And Nellie's! Depending on how things pan out tomorrow, we could be getting very close to accomplishing our goal. I'm sure it'll be smooth sailing, just like with Mel. No way in hell! I certainly hope so. So before you go to sleep, do you want to talk for a bit? Of course. In fact, I was about to ask you the same thing. That's what you say, but on the inside, you actually enjoy being surrounded by girls more than talking to me, don't you? And you seem to enjoy teasing me. I'm just kidding. Truthfully, I don't think I've ever wished you were there to save me more than then. I've never been comfortable in such spirited environments. Put 3 women in a room and it'll get like that. Yeah, it can be overstimulating. I could not have been more out of my element. I don't know, you seem to fit in pretty well to me. You really think so? You made for a great plaything. Oh yes, I'm quite good at that, aren't I? I will say, there was one thing about the whole affair that surprised me. Oh, what would that be? I did not expect I would be able to have such a normal social interaction, and not because I'm awkward or a poor conversationalist. For most of my life, I was cursed, irregular, and you were the only one who didn't treat me like that. That came to be what I saw as normal. And as such, being able to participate in a social gathering like that is a very exotic sensation. Poor Michelle. Oh, Enrique, hello. Welcome, welcome. It feels almost like it shouldn't be possible. Poor Michelle. You are normal, Michelle. An ordinary man. Oh, that's gonna touch him. This right here. This is what I wish I always had in life. And for me to finally attain it in death. Michelle! Though I suppose lamenting the details would make me ungrateful. Michelle! I'm glad to have had the experience, though. I'm glad to hear it. So, I know I've been talking about how much I want to save Morgana, and that hasn't changed. Neither has my desire to change everyone's future. But if you want to leave this place, to go somewhere far away and have a life of your own, you have my full support. You got everything you ever wanted. You have the right to choose to stay here, live in this time. I wouldn't dream of it. I am not going to leave you trapped in that darkness. I will not make the same mistake twice. Regardless, there's no point in me choosing a life without you there as well, in the flesh. Okay then. Well, I'll be in here waiting. Hopefully not for long. I really think Morgana and I have a great deal in common. What? One, the daughter of God, one, a demon child. We were both forced into inhuman roles, living lives of solitude, constantly having things we cared about taken away from us, including, ultimately, our lives. The big difference between me and her is that I had you. If you hadn't been there at the end of my mortal life, perhaps I too would have grown to despise those who had put me through such misery. Cursed their very souls. She had no one, though, not a single person, to be there for her final days. From what she told us, though, her life wasn't all sorrow and misery. She did eventually come to find happiness in her time at the brothel. In fact, she's even said that was where she learned to experience joy. Well, I know there were a number of girls there. If Maria was one of them she was particularly close with, then perhaps her being here could have a positive effect on Morgana. We'll have to see what she says tomorrow night. That we will. And our time limit is noon the next day, so we'll need to have everything necessary figured out by then everything it will take for her to have a change of heart. I'm not worried one bit. I have complete confidence in you, Michelle. Yeah, but that doesn't cover what they're gonna do about Yukimasa and Jacopo. I am somewhat worried. What's there to worry about? Here, I'll shout, "You can do it!" 100 times. So you're planning to cheer me to death? I just want every last bit of you to know I'm rooting for you. I assure you, you've made that abundantly clear. Hey, there was something I wanted to tell you, if that's all right? Yes? When I learned about your past and about your body, it came as a big shock to me. That said, I'm confident you know that my feelings for you haven't changed one bit. I do. But what I want you to know is that even if I had found out back then, instead of having waited hundreds of years for you to return, my feelings still would not have changed. If you had told me while we were alive, I would have still accepted you. I knew it. Now, of course, I know it's not something you could have come out with so easily, especially considering everything you went through because of it. We only lived together for a little over a year, and we were only partners for a month. So I understand how difficult it would have been to think I wouldn't push you away, but I'm not sure you grasp just how much I loved you, even then. My wounds ran deeper than even I knew, and them fully healing was simply not possible. Anyone else's touch, anyone else's warmth, my heart and body would have rejected. I sincerely wish I had expressed that to you more clearly. That it had to be you. That I needed you. I did believe at the time that I could start over with you. That we could have a normal life together. Or, well, I fooled myself into believing it. But I could never rid myself of the guilt and shame at how it was impossible for me to give that to you. I would imagine our future together, you smiling with our children in your arms, playing with them, scolding them, teaching them. And then I would remember I am incapable of giving you those children, of even engaging in the prerequisite acts. And the more I wished for your happiness, the tighter that guilt constricted me. I do apologize for not saying anything. You carried far more weight than any one person should ever have to carry alone. But you don't have to do that anymore. For one, I'll support you no matter what. And in this time, you're normal to everyone, not only me. You have allies. You don't have to take everything on yourself anymore. I love you, Michelle. I do. I absolutely adore you. Where is this coming from? I wanted to say it, so I did. Is that a problem? No, no problem. You're blushing, aren't you? Your cheeks are red as tomatoes. Ah, I wish I could see you now. I'm going to open the window. Why? It's night. No, it's going to be cold. Exactly. I need to cool down. No, Yukimasa's gonna jump in and slice you. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, not jump scaring me. Okay. Ah. Oh, Oh, you didn't look out at the stars, huh? What are you awing at? It's a spring snow. Oh, it's snow. It's a spring snow. It's gorgeous. Oh, look at his smile. Ah, look at his smile. There was hardly a cloud when I was outside earlier, and now it's snowing. Are you worried Maria might catch something out in this weather? Hopefully she's in bed by now. I've never seen it snow in the spring before. Look at his smile! Maybe I just wasn't paying any attention to what lay beyond the dark walls of that house. Maybe. Have you? Have I seen a springtime snow before? 3 or 4 times, perhaps. So not very often, no. So you've seen this already. Would it have been better if I hadn't? No, that's not what I'm saying. I just thought it would be nice if it was the first time for both of us. You sound like a little kid. Is that childish? Is it that childish? Well, I don't mind either way. I'm still glad my first time seeing it isn't alone. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Little specks of white drifting through the darkness. Yes, I can see it. It's beautiful. I'm happy I could see this with you too. You don't want the wind to cool you off too much now. I think it's time for you to warm back up. Sorry, I was so engrossed by the sight. Maybe it'll stick around and you can see it tomorrow. You can see it again tomorrow. The grounds would be quite lovely, covered in snow. But for now, you should get some sleep. I suppose. You already passed out once today. You need to make sure you're well rested. Hard to argue with that. I'll be counting on your help again tomorrow. Our success or failure depends on how tomorrow goes. That it does. Let's make it count. Good night, Giselle. Good night, Michelle. Something's been bugging Giselle. Giselle! Giselle! One day until her death. Ooga booga booga booga. Oh god. Yukimasa tugged him down here. Or I hope this is just a dream. Praying this is just a dream. Haha. Huh? My head feels like someone drove a spike through it. What's going on? Am I in the cellar? What? My hands are tied up behind my back? What am I doing down here? Wait. Giselle? Giselle? Say something, Giselle. Unable to make any sort of sense out of my circumstances, it's not long after I regain consciousness that panic begins to sink in. And the most unsettling thing of all The most frightening detail is the fact that I can't hear her voice. I knew it! I knew it! Awake, are we? Although it's still possible this is a dream because we can't hear Giselle, but I have a feeling we're not asleep. Awake, are we? Are you the one who brought me here? What, you don't remember this morning? Morning. Right. I woke up because I heard someone enter the room, and then he hit me over the head. You're not dead, at least. That's good. What do you hope to accomplish by tying me up and bringing me down here? Remember what I said last night at supper about me putting on a little sideshow for you? What? I was reenacting the Last Supper with you as the guest of honor. Oh, now I see. When you were asking if I had any family or friends, you were trying to find out if anyone would notice if I had disappeared, if anyone would make any noise. You're sharper than you look. If only you'd caught on yesterday. Ugh. Please, Giselle, say something. Giselle! Why won't you answer me? Why can't I hear your voice? Why can't I feel you there? You're a quiet one. I thought you'd be a little louder. Ugh. What made you decide to get rid of me? Did the nun say something? She has nothing to do with this. I have permission from the Lord to act at my own discretion. Should I come across anyone acting suspicious? This doesn't seem in the least bit wrong to you? I wouldn't say that. You're an acquaintance's friend, which made a long trip to come see him, and I have you tied up in the cellar. That's not what I would consider right. No. But seeing as you're good enough friends for him to let you stay here, I assume he's also spilled everything? He never had what it took, that boy. If I were to guess, it got to be too much for him to handle, so he went to a friend, to you. Leave him out of this. I see. So how much did he tell you? If you come clean, I might even let you go. Get rid of him, have you take his place. I said, leave him out of this. So you're determined to not talk, are you? He's gonna torture you. That rapscallion. Hello, Danny. What a loyal friend. Listen to me. Listen? Oh, I'm listening. The face. Because you have a lot of talking to do. Ugh. I don't have many chances to let loose. So I'll be taking as much time as I can get today. He says in an eerily flat tone of voice as he draws nearer, pausing between each step as if to taunt me. And when he reaches me, struggling to get off the ground, ah! He slams his heel into my shoulder. Not being able to use your hands makes you appreciate how much easier it is to stand up when you can, doesn't it? Help! Someone! Please! Help! Ah! Don't waste your energy. No one ever comes back this far. And the door is so heavy, your screams would never make it out. But that's the least of your worries. The door to the cellar has been locked, and the only key is right here. There's no getting in. If you can run fast enough, you may have a chance of making it to the door and escaping. Want to test your luck? I doubt you can make it. Ah! He puts the full weight of his body into his heel, pressing down on my spine, turning my breaths into gasping sputters. I gather together all my strength, but even that isn't enough to overpower him. Now you're going to tell me everything. What are you and the boys scheming? What's your end game? Who else is in on it? Ugh. Damn it! I don't have many options here. What can I even do in this situation? All right, saving the game. Haha. Tell me what I want to know, and maybe I'll let you live. I guess I have no choice but to tell him the truth. How am I today? I'm doing pretty good. Kind of had a late start a little bit, and need to drink water and stuff, but yeah, I'm good. I'm good today. I'm excited about this. I've been really jazzed about playing more Fata Morgana. All that matters is that you started. Yeah. Thank you. All right, fine. I'll tell you everything. Just know that this isn't some attempt to beg for mercy. I came to this mansion in order to unlock the door to the observation tower and free Morgana. Mel was not the one who told me about her, though. I went to him and asked for his assistance. He didn't have to tell me because I already knew. Both about her and what you're doing to her, stealing her blood and making medicine from it. Who told you then? Morgana did. Morgana's soul told me everything. I am not from this time. I lived in a time after her death. It takes me several moments to process what just happened. A fire runs up my arm from my little finger, only turning to pain when it finally reaches my brain. Oh no! He's breaking Michelle's fingers? Like in that torture scene? No! I twist my head back to see the man on top of me holding my right hand. My fingers snap backwards at the second joint. I'll ask you again. Who told you? Morgana did. She dies on the day of the Harvest Festival. Next up is your ring finger. And then your middle, if you insist on keeping this up. I'm telling you the truth. She bears so much hatred. She casts a curse on your souls. I've seen what happens in your next life. Now you're resorting to souls and next lives. I'm genuinely impressed. What lies are you gonna cook up next, white-haired knave? If I don't set Morgana free, your souls will be enslaved for all eternity, imprisoned in this cursed mansion. When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, you'll lose everything. All of you will. You cannot escape it unless you do something. And the nun, the reason you locked Morgana up in the first place, she won't be safe either. She'll be killed. Two fingers left. Can you keep up the act that long? Everything I'm saying is the truth. I've seen it all with my own 2 eyes. Why are you so insistent on maintaining this farce? Is it to protect the boy, or do you have some other motive? Every last word is true. Continuing to lie isn't gonna make this any easier. Your voice is shaking. The pain's starting to get to you, isn't it? What you're doing to Morgana achieves nothing. You must release her and atone for your sins. Otherwise, your soul and the souls of those you care about will be doomed to suffering. I see what this is now. You don't have the information I want, so all you can do is spin these lies. You thick-skulled bastard! There are other options, though. Beg me for mercy. Sob like a little child. sniveling your please don't kill me's and I don't want to die's and it hurts so bad, please stops. Grovel on the ground, you tiny, pathetic man, and if you can entertain me, maybe I'll consider it. I will never shed another tear, and I will never beg for your damn mercy. Nothing I've said to you has been a lie. Some cheap attempt to fool you into letting me go? Every word of it is true. I know the sins you've burdened your soul with. I know the fate that awaits you in your next life, and I will gladly tell you every detail. You're down to just your thumb. Now go on, if you're so eager to tell me. Let's hear about my supposed next life, shall we? In your next life, you lose your memory in an accident, causing you to forget your own humanity. The innate savagery you normally keep hidden beneath a mask is released, unrestricted, and you turn into a creature you turn into a beast. My mask. You murder countless people, including the woman you once called your lover. Lover? Hers is a name you know very well. Pauline, your tether. My tether? How do you know that word? Because I know everything. I know what you wanted. I know what you were never able to obtain. You idolized humanity and you yearned for peace. You're telling me I kill the nun in my next life? I am! That is the fate that lies waiting for you. Her love for you is so strong she refuses to believe you're dead. She leaves her seaside hometown in search of you and she finds you. But you slaughter her. Did you say she lived in a city on the sea? In addition to her, you also lose someone else. A woman who tried to give you the peace you so desired, which eventually causes you to succumb entirely to instinct. Enough! All right, fine. Now I know what you are. You're no mere seasoned liar. You're some kind of evil spirit that deceives humans. You're peering into my heart, tailoring your lies specifically to manipulate me. I am not. I swear I have seen everything that happens. Enough. But there's a chance you can change your fate. All you have to do is cease your involvement in Morgana's imprisonment. Set her free. Allay the hatred she bears for you. Are you deaf? I said I've heard enough. Release Morgana. Save your soul. Give her a better future. Silence. Oh, he was sad. I think I'll take your arm off first. Cut right through your shoulder, nice and slowly. Don't. It'll still be attached for a while yet, don't you worry. You'll hear that? You hear that, spirit? That's the sound of your flesh ripping apart, the sound of your muscles being severed. Not gonna be doing much talking anymore, are you? Not through the pain, you aren't. Plead for your life, spirit. Beg for mercy. Admit it was all a sham. Apologize. Let the room fill with your cries of agony. Nothing was a sham. Every last word. It's all the truth. I'll rip that head right off your shoulders. I don't care who or what you are anymore. You're dead. You will do no such thing. Get back. You will not harm him further. Pauline, saving the day. Did he lie about the door being locked, or does she have another key? Pauline? What? What are you doing here, Pauline? I told you to stay away. And the door was locked. I opened it. You. One of Nellie's hairpins was long enough to get into the lock and unlock it. Oh, Mel's hidden lock-picking skills. She won't be getting much use out of it anymore, though. Busted it up pretty badly in the process. The locks on the tower door are too complex, but the one here is a lot simpler. Bet you never expected me to go cat burglar on you, huh? You stupid boy! Oh, what was your question last night again? Something about being on the edge of a cliff or whatever? Well, here's your answer. I'll do everything I can to save both of them. Oh my god, they showed up Yukimasa. I love this. This is terrible. How could you? Oh my, you're badly hurt. Sit tight, I'll call for a doctor. Don't worry about me. You need to talk to him. To get him to talk. We've got to do something about you, though. I'll get that wound patched up at least until you can get it properly checked out. Thank you. Was it you who went to get Pauline? No, I ran into her while I was looking for you, which is when she told me she was looking for him. Neither of us were having any luck, so we scoured the mansion together. And when we reached the stairs to the cellar and heard the screaming, my worst fears were confirmed. So I picked the lock, and here we are. Sorry we didn't make it sooner. This could have been avoided. God, look at what he did to you. There's so much blood. And your fingers. No, you made it just in time. My arm's still attached, and I'm not dead. Neither of which would be true without you. So I guess that means I actually did something good for once. You did, Mel! You did good! Good lockpicking! I did something for someone other than myself. That you did. So everything Michelle said is true? The Lord isn't storing his valuables in the tower. He's got a girl locked up in there? Well, is it true or not? It's still the Lord's property, either way. I had thought of that. I was like, the Lord's property is still, her, I suppose. The church is being funded with her miracle blood, so that makes her valuable, yes. So you're saying I've been handing out human blood and telling people it was medicine? Not human. Witch. No, Morgana is a human girl. She hasn't become a witch yet, at least not here. All this time, I've been lying to the people who believe in me without even knowing what I was doing. Like you said, you didn't know. You haven't done anything wrong. Ignorance does not excuse sin. All that time I spent with you, and I didn't notice anything wrong. That was the idea. You weren't supposed to notice anything. It's not your fault I deceived you. It's unreasonable to think you should have been able to. All that, you did it to help me though, didn't you? Like a stupid little girl, I assumed it was all out of the good of your heart. Never once stopping to think any deeper than that, about where it was all coming from. Maria was right. I was blind. I was content to be pleased about the people I thought it was helping. I want you to do something for me. I want you to set this girl, set Morgana free. Please, do not make your sins any greater than they already are. Go, Pauline. But without the witch's blood, we lose the Lord's patronage and then the church. What good is a church that isn't actually saving anyone? Actually, no, that's avoiding the point entirely. What do you mean? To tell you the truth, I never really cared about the church at all. You... what? Communication! How can you say that when you've always been so unconditionally charitable, even if it meant giving away food or money you needed yourself? People call you the saintess because that's what you are, a saint. It's true, I do that, but the fact is I'm no saint. I don't deserve to be held up as one, nor do I belong in that position. I'm just an ordinary girl. I never wanted to be a nun, you know. I just didn't have any other options available to me. And I sure didn't have the confidence to make it out there on my own like Maria. So I did as I was told. And to keep myself from thinking it was a mistake, from feeling dissatisfied with that choice, I put everything I had into my responsibilities to the church. I know. Man, relatable though, Pauline. Oh. My unconditional charity was rooted entirely in selfishness. And the longer I kept it up, the harder it became to stop. I forgot what I really wanted. And what would that be? A normal, happy life as an ordinary girl in a city on the water. What? That's what you said your dream was for your next life. Ah, right. Yeah, a quiet life with the man I love. You might get that wish. In fact, oh, does this mean he believes him? He believes him. Huh? You. That's what you said, wasn't it? That in her next life she lives in a city by the sea? That is correct. In your next life, Pauline, you are not a nun. You're an ordinary girl who lives in a seaside city. A sweet, cheerful, energetic girl who wears her heart on her sleeve. You have both your mother and father. And I. So you believe me now? I don't know. Your claims are utterly ridiculous. But it's getting harder to think you're lying. If that's what you really wanted, Pauline, what should I have done instead? I envied what you had, that solace. The last thing I wanted was for you to lose it. But you're saying you found no peace in that life? That's right. So what should I have done? I wanted you to take me away from this place, somewhere far away. I wanted you to make it so I could be Pauline, not Marie. That would have been my ideal life. To live with you, to have a family with you. How was I supposed to, how was I supposed to know? You couldn't possibly have known. I realize that. And that makes me every bit as complicit as you. Set Morgana free. I will be expected to pay for my crimes. That itself is not a problem. I have every intention of facing the consequences. But we have done terrible, gruesome things. I don't know what the usual punishment for such is in this land, but if I had to guess, I would say execution. And me being an outsider makes it easier for people to place the blame on me. I won't be able to take you away. We'll find each other again in our next lives. Y'all could attempt to at least go on the lam. I mean, this is the 1000s. People, or the 900s. People don't have fucking technology. Get a really fast horse and and get away. Ditch Europe. Okay. As I'm sure you heard, my involvement in this conspiracy ends here. I'm glad to hear you've decided to take action. Sorry about your fingers and arm. I'm still alive, that's what matters. The third key is in the Lord's possession. You said you needed it by noon of the Harvest Festival, yes? Which means we need to act quickly. That's correct. We must set Morgana free before the bell tolls noon tomorrow. Then tonight, that's the next time the Lord will be here. Tonight, I'll kill him and take his key. Wait, no, we're not shedding any blood to get his key. Do you remember what I said a few minutes ago about not committing any further sins? He's like, oh, but that's what always worked out for me. I'll just kill him and get his key. Yukimasa can be a bodyguard. He can fend for himself pretty well, yeah. They can try, but when this church learns about this, they'll go to the end of the world to get the same test who was selling the blood of the daughter of God. Ooh, true. But they don't know about America yet. No, I'm just kidding. I feel like if they run far enough, the church will be like, where the fuck? Where the fuck is this place? He is not likely to hand over the key without a fight, though. We need to convince him, not force his hand. Besides, simply opening the door is not enough. Why not? My goal here is to save Morgana's soul. In order to do that, I need to pacify at least some degree of the hatred she bears in it. A hatred rooted in her perception of you and the things you've done to her. I need to change that perception. I'm not quite following. What do you mean by change her perception? For you and the Lord to tell your stories, to describe what happened to you from your perspectives. You want my perspective? I do. Something in your motivations or your circumstances might serve to lessen the animosity she holds for you. I mean, you cut her arm off and massacred a caravan full of people she was in, so that might make things a little difficult, but it's worth a shot, right? The greater the discrepancy in what she believes to be the truth and the full story, with everyone's perspectives included, the greater the chance she may have a change of heart. Okay. I now understand what you want from me. However, my perspective will do nothing to serve that end. There is no ambiguity, no justification for my actions. I knew it. Regardless, I would still like to know the whole truth if you're willing to tell me you're part of it. Okay. I'll come by your room later today. Hey, is it all right if I'm there too? She's like, I don't want you to murder him while I'm not in the room. Sorry, I would rather if you weren't. You don't want to know how I cut her arm off and killed a caravan full of people? Why? Everything you need to know I've told you already. I captured a witch. No, I kidnapped a young girl for profit and imprisoned her in the tower. That's the least of his crimes, and that's the least you need to know. Haha. My motivation, as I said, was to keep your church funded. Those are the facts. The things I did along the way were brutal and inhumane. I hope you can understand why I wouldn't want the woman I love to hear any of that. I understand. What, so you're not gonna come in? You should come in anyway and be like, I want to hear this shit. I'll see you again later in the day. I'll be waiting. Okay, now that he's gone, what did he do? No. I should get going too. You're going to need medication and something to get that arm dressed properly. And if there's anything else I can get you, let me know. If you want to see a doctor, I'll find you the best one I can. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you. No, I understand. I'm glad you came at all. Me too. Well, see you. Damn. We did it somehow. It just cost, Michelle's entire hand to get us there. I'm kind of surprised. He's actually got a soft spot, huh? And I was sure you were full of it when you said the two of them had a thing going. What does she see in a guy like him anyway? She's got bad taste in guys, that's for sure. She may, but he could be cute. He has potential. He's got some gap moe going on. What's with that look? Just admiring your rather inappropriate remarks. Oh, sorry. I was just so relieved it kind of came out. It's okay. You almost got a smile out of me. I've never seen you smile before. I blame being relieved too. Now, would you mind helping me get back to my room? Sure, no problem. My shoulder's all yours. You know, you really are something else, Michelle. I could hear you through the door as I was getting it open, and honestly, I was amazed you were able to stand up to him like that. I don't want to get my hopes up too high just yet, but I'm starting to think you might actually be able to do something about the Lord. That's reassuring. Thank you. In some ways, Jacopo might be the scariest to face of all. Sure, anyway, let's get going. You should get as much rest as you can until he shows up. Well, I mean, you should be going to see a doctor with those wounds. Oh yeah, Nellie's been worried sick about you all day. I'll have to tell her not to pounce on you because I'm sure she'll come running as soon as she hears we found you. I'm injured! I'm an invalid! Don't glomp me! Giselle, you were right. I do have people here who will support me. Maybe that's why she was trying to fade away. No, goddammit, Giselle. Come back, bitch. Michelle loves you too much. People who are grateful for me and who show concern for me, but you have to know, Giselle, that it's your voice I want to hear more than anyone else's. Why can I not hear you? Where are you, Giselle? Giselle. It's almost sunset. There goes a whole nother day. Looks like the snow didn't stick. You couldn't actually see the snow last night, could you, Giselle? Was that when the light started fading from the sphere of darkness encasing you? Or had it been going on even longer than that? Why didn't you say anything? Not a word. I don't believe you're gone for good. You're still out there somewhere. I know it. And I will come for you. I swear it. Just a moment. Here I am, as promised. I heard you talking, so I thought there was someone with you. But you're alone? It's only me, yes. I see. As I told you earlier, my perspective on events will do nothing to change Morgana's mind. I would still like to hear what you have to say. All right. Not being from this land, I don't believe in the local god, nor do I think priests and preachers any better than con artists. Where did that come from? What I'm trying to say is that if I give a confessional, it won't be to another human. You're an angel. You said you despised angels. Come again? Are you coming on to me, Yukimasa? After that's a strange way to flirt, breaking every single one of my fingers on one of my hands and slicing into my shoulder and almost ripping my arm off. That's an interesting way of coming on to me. The angel from the stained glass window. That's you, isn't it? Wait. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? I was thinking about everything you said earlier in the cellar. The fact that you knew about Morgana, the fact that you could see into my heart, and in particular, all your talk about saving people's souls. Salvation is not man's job. Which means you must be something else. I will tell you everything. Every foolish mistake, every terrible crime. And in exchange, I would like you to tell me what I am to do next, to lead me down the path I am to take. I terrify myself. With every passing day, my ability to tell what direction I'm supposed to be heading in dulls. So after I tell my story, I want you to do that for me. Please, will you show me the way? I can no more decide the path you take than you, but you saw into my heart. Giselle, if you were here, you would encourage me to agree to his request, wouldn't you? WWGD, what would Giselle do? Okay. I can't guarantee that anything I'll have to say will be of use, but I will do the best I can to lead you in the right direction. Thank you. Now, before I begin, there's one thing I need to clarify. I am not in love with Pauline. She does play an important role in my life, though. That much is true. She's your tether. Exactly. I also, I suppose you could say, admire her. She is everything I am not, everything I cannot be. Is that something I should tell her, you think? That I don't love her, that I'm incapable of feeling love? Should I tell her that, knowing she genuinely loves me? My instinct tells me I shouldn't. I know very well I'm lying to her. But there are circumstances in which a lie is preferable to the truth, are there not? With that said, I'm ready to begin. You have my full attention. As you know, I am not from this land. Oh, so all of these backstories are gonna be read. I thought it was just red because Mel's roses and stuff, but no. The issue is, I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road, stretching out before me as far as the eye can see. Clouds of dust, whipping across the bare dirt trail. That endless expanse of red earth remains branded into the very fabric of my mind. But beyond that, most of my memories are gone. I can only clearly remember the last 5 years or so of my life. That's not too far off from his reincarnation. In my oldest real memory, I was a slave. I didn't work on some nobleman's estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains. That's where it was decided someone built like I am would be the most use, I suppose. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working a noble's estate would have been easier, without a doubt, if only for the fact that I would have a specific master. I don't remember anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are those few images from which I can guess I was part of a caravan, or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid. This is really similar to his reincarnation. We were vastly outnumbered, massacred with little resistance, or at least, I assume that's what happened. When I woke up, I had been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words they spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from their tone of voice and expressions that the things they were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at me. As you might expect, I attempted to protest, but evidently, I had been beaten quite badly while I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen, on top of my dehydration, so I could barely move, let alone put up a fight. As strong as I might have been at full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. You have no idea what that's like, how it feels to be abused and humiliated, desperate for food and water. Yes, he does! Michelle does know. Oh, I see. Yeah, Michelle's like, actually, and he's like, oh, I see, I guess you do. So as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling, torturous year. No one treated me like a human being. There was no one from the same part of the world as me, and there was no one to come to my aid. Over time, I came to learn their language. Though I can only speak it, I don't know how to read or write. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, none of them flattering, like beast. Some of them would even call me beast. And the longer I was treated as something less than human, the more I began to question whether I really was one. A darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult. I wanted to make them pay for the daily abuse. And who wouldn't? The desire to exact vengeance when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. But they were right about what I was deep down, a beast. And my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable. Oh gosh, this is gonna be fun. 4 years ago, I was sitting in a carriage as it rattled along a dark road. Oh, so this is what Morgana was in. This was not the kind of carriage you rode around town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed front to back with slaves, or soon-to-be slaves, I suppose I should say. There were men, young women, and even children. Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their faces, and no one had the strength left to resist. It looked like me. It looked like me a year earlier, deprived of food and water and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards were armed, of course, swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any sign of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Sitting beside me was a young girl, crying in silence. Right, that was the first time she cried. Glancing over at her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Large chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off of it. It was, suffice it to say, an unusual sight. But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant. Perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different, somehow, from everyone else crying in the carriage. It was almost like her tears were not for herself. "Why are you crying?" At my question, the girl turned her head to look up at me. Surprise crossed her face for a few brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assume her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing of her own circumstances? Why was that the emotion that gripped her in the moment, not hatred for the slave trader or sorrow for herself? To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like a single patch of clear water in the middle of a swamp, untainted by its surroundings, gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it. For a moment, I was filled with a sense of tranquility, and though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage, to undo the shackles threatening to taint her. And so I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise. No, don't kill me. Please, you can have all my money. You can go free if that's what you want. I'll apologize. Anything. What? Why are you laughing? Please spare me. I have a wife and children. Please. I'm begging you. And why should I care? Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did must have required me to use a blade. Even with the shackles still around my wrists, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and their guards. They let their guard down because we were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed their minds. Dead bodies sprawled out around me. Corpses I had made, lives I had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. They stood no chance against my strength. More. I need more. I need more. I don't have words to describe the high it gave me killing those men, the power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No, it just drew out what was always there. If I weren't already deranged, the corpses would have had nothing to stimulate in the first place. After taking the keys off one of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey, you, unlock my shackles for me. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? But she said nothing, simply removing my shackles as commanded. If she had said even one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, then in all likelihood I probably would have stopped there. I think that will have an effect on her. Interestingly enough, Morgana doesn't know the impact of her own voice. Even though she can't stop talking in people's ears. But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same people who had been wailing minutes earlier were now shouting praises. Our savior! You are our savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please! I'm a beast. What? I'm not a savior. I'm not a man. I'm a beast. Isn't that right? I'm a beast, aren't I? What are you? More. I need more. I thirst for more. Why are you pointing your... I need more! In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. I was euphoric. I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. Never before had I felt such utter ecstasy. Their cries for mercy as I ripped through them were delicious. The look of fear in their eyes, the way their faces twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths, open in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me, that they had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravaged me, that ravished me. Everyone who had asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around the inside of the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens of slaves. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing from open necks. I was practically wading through blood by that point. Some bodies I completely dismembered. Others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang out of their open guts. All of them had looks of agony, frozen into their faces as death took them. I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her or if it was just a coincidence, but the girl was the only one left alive. She, of course, hadn't been spared the mess. So she sat there drenched in sticky red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot. She was the reason I had done any of this in the first place. I had stood up because I wanted to set her free, but my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. Raw pleasure overwhelmed any sense of reason. I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. I expected her to scream, to beg for her life like the others, but she did nothing, simply stared up at me. Why didn't you run? At my question, the girl finally spoke. Why did you kill them? The sound of her voice quelled the furor within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet the strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance, just like the white-haired girl! I think there's plenty of connections between Morgana and the white-haired girl in both Mel's story and and Yukimasa's story. The words she used didn't matter. It was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effects. That's why he said he had no name, I just realized, because he forgot his name. Because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it. And why haven't you killed me yet? I couldn't find a sure answer for that question in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospect, I realize now that her voice was my first tether. But at the time, I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy. I'd killed other children, other women. Young, old, sad, miserable. It didn't matter. Nothing had so much as prickled my conscience. I don't know, I said, and then I stepped off the carriage and walked away, left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know. After escaping from the slave traders, I became something of a bandit. I had no hope of anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Nor did I have any chance of finding decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money, I honestly didn't give a damn about. I had no desire to be wealthy. It was simply a matter of survival. That and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that. Until finally encountering something I couldn't defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day I woke up with the chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs. I set off for a nearby village hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long. I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road, so I assume I had made it close to the city. Dozens of people passed by, pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like someone a respectable person would want to involve themselves with in normal circumstances, so it was no surprise they weren't interested in the sick, filthy, foreign man. Hell, I couldn't remember the last time I had bathed. It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm going to die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster's life, withering away on the side of the road, beneath sneering passers-by. The fact that I was still alive after 3 years of leeching off other people's lives was itself wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I accepted that such was the way of the world. But then I glanced up to see a woman in a nun's habit looking down on me. Are you all right? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Wow, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Do you not have anywhere to go? Don't worry, I've got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there a little longer and you'll be fine. And what is your god going to do for me? He helps people in need? It's not very big, but we've always got room for people who need it. You can rest up in one of the open beds, and I should be able to get you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. Can you stand? Not a problem. We can do this together. Put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far. We can do it. You are going to carry me. Yep. It'll be fine. We'll make it one way or another. Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer. I'm heavy, aren't I? Very, very heavy, but that's not a problem. I could do anything if I put my mind to it. Just throw me into a ditch. Now, God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there. We're almost there. So, how are you feeling? Better, I hope. I've left some applesauce on the bedstand if you're feeling up to eating anything. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to. Why did you help me? Because that's what people do. They help each other. That's not what most people do. I like to think it is. You church people are exceptions. I'm not sure I agree with that. This woman is only showing me compassion because she doesn't know what I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer. If there's anything else you want, let me know. I can't make you any fancy dinners, but if it's anything I can get, I will. Could you tell me your name? I'm Marie. Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin? You're not familiar with the Virgin Mary? Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts. Ah, yeah, I can see that. So that would make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language really well, though. I take it you've been here a while, then? Yes, I have. How exciting! So when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you came from? I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it's like elsewhere. There's nothing I could tell you. It can be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want. I'm even less inclined to do that. Get better soon, Kay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. I'm not sure there's anyone out there more deserving of the Virgin Mary's name. What was that? Your name. It suits you. Oh, no, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. What's your name, by the way? I have no name. You don't? If you want something to call me by, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You give me a name. I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more than happy to help, though. But you should go with the name you think is best. I see. Hosting and lurking? Oh, thank you. No, I dig the enthusiasm, conscious or not. No, thank you so much, Gravy. It's real nice. Thank you, thank you. Well, I should get going. I'll be around, so if you need anything, just holler. Bye then. How am I supposed to choose a name for myself when I don't know anything about me? Call yourself Beast. No, I'm just kidding. Bestia. I recovered quickly with a proper bed and a roof over my head. Out on the road, I'd been certain I stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My body was more resilient than even I knew. And now that I was back in health, I had no intention of sticking around. Thank you. Oh, the swordsman. Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you. No thanks necessary. I'm just glad to see you're feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, you know. Stay a bit longer. Make sure everything's all right. I'm not going to stay any longer than necessary. If you're sure, take this as payment for the food and lodgings. I can't accept that, no. We don't charge for charity. Charity is not free. You paid for it. Let me pay you back. I can't. Please, take the money. If you insist, I can accept it as a tithe. A tithe? Think of it like a donation to the church. Like you said, the work we do isn't free. All right then, a tithe it is. Thank you. And may God bless you for your generosity. So long. Hey, if you're ever in the area, maybe you could stop by sometime? I never did get a chance to have that talk with you, and I was really looking forward to it too. I'll just cause you more trouble. What? No, you wouldn't. What makes you think that? Are you afraid you'll scare people off just because you look different? I really don't think you need to be worried about that. It's not just my appearance. Do you mean it? That it won't be any trouble having me around? I absolutely mean it. Okay. I'll consider it. Wonderful! I can't wait to see you again! This is a lot like when he would go off on those trading expeditions and leave her. Yeah. Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer, making himself comfortable in the house of God. I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew it was nothing if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to her church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about it, though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing the nun smile put my heart at ease, much like the sound of the slave girl's voice had several years before. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. That smiling face was my new tether. I had always believed I was at my happiest while torturing people. That my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul. He is a simp. I thought we'd established this. I mean, he literally had a Beauty and the Beast story. Ooh, you're in here now. The last couple days you're doing an amazing job with my voice acting skills. The subtle change in my voice and the emotion you're conveying in your tone is so good. Gravy, that's so nice. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you can stick around unmuted, that you're not so busy. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. I'm trying to make the sound better too. I keep clonking around the microphone sometimes, but I've noticed like when I get real close to it, it doesn't sound so echoey. So I've been trying to do that and stuff like that. But that's so sweet. Thank you. All right. I'll continue. I'll continue to do my best. That my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul. But as exhilarating as taking others' lives was, there was a part of me that yearned for peace. I had gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I would never attain. Still, I longed for it. It started with brief visits every few months. In time, though, their frequency began to increase. Soon it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The length of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. The more we met, the more I endeavored to be a normal man around her, or to play the part of one. I thought that if I acted like there was nothing wrong with me, then I wouldn't be out of place at her side. I wanted to feel like I belonged in that peaceful world where she lived. Ah, it's the giant man! Marie! The giant man's here! Giant? You're just very tall. You take up the whole screen. Yukimasa. Ah, hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week. I wonder if, white boy Michelle can frickin' recall that his name is Yukimasa and tell him. I wonder if that would jog some memories of his old life before he was enslaved and lost the memories of his older life. hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week. White boy. White boy Michelle. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week. I was having trouble deciding on what to bring you. Oh, that was the swordsman. I was having trouble deciding what to bring you. You're always welcome here, you know? You don't have to bribe yourself in. But I appreciate it, thank you. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. I brought a variety of fruits for you today, so you can share them with the children. They'll be delighted. Thank you so much. It's nothing, really. So have you decided on a name for yourself yet? Not yet, no. Nothing at all. It makes talking to you a little awkward, not having anything to call you. In that case, the giant man is as good as anything. Did he get under your skin? A little. I'm not that big, am I? We're all giants to little kids. I do wish they'd be a little less blunt about it sometimes, though. Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me. The children here have strong nerves. They're ordinary kids. You're just not a scary person. Right now. He's like, that's the first time anyone said that to me. They only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you. What? You make it sound like you actually are dangerous or something. He is! Because I am. Don't get worked up about it. The only thing different about us is our race. Everything else is exactly the same. I'm not so sure. You must have had some pretty awful experiences because of your appearance then to make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain. That's not necessary. But if I could, then maybe I'd feel a little closer to you. I guess Pauline isn't half Japanese in this life. If only I could be even... what did I just say? If only I could be even half the same race as you. You have nothing to gain from being more like me. Why did the, why was almost all of her wishes granted? Except the whole, maybe she's got a power like Morgana's, that her wishes can come true. But Morgana's, revenge, her hatred kind of overrid her wish to have a normal life with Yukimasa, and that she had Yukimasa kill her, but man, it certainly seems like Pauline might be able to have some of her wishes come true. You have nothing to gain from being more like me. You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it. I would probably have really pretty black hair at least. Wait, what kind of hair do you have? Do you have a different color hair? If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you. That's exactly what happens. Why are you so obsessed with being like me? Oh, you got caught! None getting a crush on someone who's not God. I just am? Oh. Yeah. That was about the time I started noticing the feelings she had for me. At first I thought I was simply being egotistical. There was no way a woman like her would be interested in a man like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then, I believe I loved her too. And that if we could be together as man and woman, then I would finally be able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash my hands of the killer within me, defeat the urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long. You're sounding like Dexter. That I would be able to see the light. That I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish naive hope. What are we doing out here so late at night? Sorry for asking you to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out. It certainly wasn't easy. So you had something to tell me? What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere. Well, as sincere as he can be. And once you've heard me out, I want you to turn me down. What? Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligations you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I said, I would like you to turn me down. I still want to hear it. I love you. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I don't know if this is 100% sincere, my guy. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we met, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Marie, please, and I will stop trying to get close to you. I'm not Marie. You're not what? My real name is Pauline. Pauline? Marie is my baptismal name. It's not the name I was given at birth. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you, even when he was grody and dying on the side of the road. I know it's forbidden, but I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you for being honest with me. No, thank you for not turning me down. Wow, talk about an anxious day. When you asked me to meet you out here tonight, I wondered what that might be. I wondered if that might be what it was about. It felt like my heart was going to explode all day. Heart? Explode? He's like, whoa, that does something for me. Guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they? Yeah, we do. Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Just thinking about you makes my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know? Is it really that stressful? Is it like that for you too? Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate. Tell me something, Pauline. What is it? How exactly is it hard on your nerves? What? How exactly? It's like, I'm in the clouds and I want to scream and I want to jump into a lake all at the same time. That doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific? Really? Are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot. You mean you get aroused? Aroused? No. To put it bluntly, yes. I see. You're a real jerk, you know? You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, you. Well, that was insightful. So I'm not in love with her, or romantically attracted to her, or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does exactly the opposite. My fire burns brightest when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now. I just want someone to keep me placated. I'm disturbed through and through. A murderer and a beast. See, that's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you would laugh at me. I'm sorry. I truly am. I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. She became my tether, became an invaluable part of my life, even if I had no real love for her. So when I was with her, I was at peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid me of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst, overwhelming desire to mutilate anyone who came into my line of sight. And sometimes, Pauline became the object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her, but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control. And if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left to keep me from regressing completely into a beast. Just like your next life. Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, though never once did I tell her how I truly felt, and I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her, and expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal. The happier she was, the more beneficial it was to me. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman. While I now understand that her near-compulsive needs of charity were a result of the stress and uncertainty she felt about herself, at the time, I believed she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believed she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had come to be known as. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her, without question. And as a result, the church's coffers quickly dried up. Her God did not supply her with an endless store of bread and wine either. In the end, any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. In time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so that others could eat. In retrospect, that was probably my fault too. As I pushed her toward wanting to be a regular girl, she pushed back against that desire by being even more charitable. Soon her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult, giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church. Still, she would tell me when we met up how she wished she could help even more people, if doing so would give her peace, and if I could be a part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her wish. But what could a killer like me do to help? Petty thievery wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church and orphanage running, and a raid large enough in scale would inevitably be traced back to the source, which would ruin the church forever. How was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money? I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself when I received a summons from the Lord. Are we gonna see Jacopo's sprite finally? There he is, that bitch. No, why does he look good? This is not fair. He was so much uglier in his previous sprite. He looks so much better here. I hate this. I take it you're the Oriental man who's been seen buzzing around a local church of late. When I first saw the Lord, I was surprised at just how young he looked. There couldn't have been more than a couple of years difference between us. I'd envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least middle-aged man. That would be me, yes, what of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damn respect. Apologies, I'm not very familiar with the local customs or language. Very well then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. Ha! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you. That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. Pfft, I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. You have to go, but if you're still on when I get back, I'll join. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Danny. Oh, I hope you're back soon, and if not, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Correct. Isn't it comical, then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what, exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Along with the church you're so fond of, and the nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is. When's the next time I stream? Oh, sorry about that, Danny. The next time I'm streaming Fata Morgana is next Wednesday, but tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming needle felting, like a crafting stream at the same time of day. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna be doing a arts and crafts stream. Yeah, and then next Wednesday would be the next Fata Morgana. Oh, you used to stream art too? That's so cool. Would you draw? I do needle felting, which is like this little Goomy. My little guy right here is needle felted, and so I'll be doing this kind of fiber art sculpture kind of thing. Draw and ink traditional. That's so cool. That's awesome. Oh, same to you. Oh, thank you. All right, I'll catch you later then, Danny. I'll see ya. I hope I see you soon. Later. Huh, the commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, one where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps. You really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Then let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. So, how does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of the church. In exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it, then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoners believe the commoners' beloved Saintess, handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone out here to come out happy. true, you're wrong about that, but you would have no way of knowing yet. So what'll it be? Will you help, or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd at least hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you, I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean, you're just as much of a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple of days later, I made my way out to the location the Lord had given me, a small cottage by a lake where the witch was said to live. I had been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her, so my plan was to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. The Lord was right. I didn't have anything resembling a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact that I had found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that. However, who's there? When I heard the witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was the girl from 4 years earlier. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice, that stream of pure, clear water cutting through the grime, for anything. I would never forget the first thing that had managed to suppress my desires, my first tether. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never once expected it to be her. Who is it? Are you the witch with miracle blood? My hand rested on the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me. Please leave. However, when I heard that voice, my hand fell limp. So that's why he needed Mel. Because the voice would, that's what he meant. He was afraid of anything going wrong. Please stay away from my home. I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? I have nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and needy. So please, go away. Stay away from me. I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please, just go away. As you say. As she had commanded, I took my leave of her cottage, in somewhat of a haze. It should have come as no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare me. Yet even in her derision, I felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself. Should I do as the Lord requested and capture her? Or should I let her go free, as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do, though, don't you? That's right. I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for 2 tethers. Ah! Ah! While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she were to somehow manage to escape, there was no saying how the Lord might react. Oh, so that was why. So I stood watch, waiting for her to step outside. The problem was, she never opened her door. It wasn't just me. It seemed she was wary of everyone. There was one exception, though. The boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake. It's been a while since we last went on one of our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nellie. Is her condition worse? Oh, it's Morgana. Is her condition worsening again? Yeah. Rest assured, I will give her my blessing as many times as she needs. Thanks. I really, really appreciate it. The weather's kind of not that great today, huh? Looks like we might get rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside much longer. Yesterday. I should get going. See you. Watching the two of them, it occurred to me that I could make good use of that boy. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch, get away, or you help me capture her. Get away from her right now. And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl. Get away! Make your decision. Get away from her! You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7. 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. Alright, I'll try not to scream so loud this time. My roommate poked her head out this last time. Get back! No, stay away from me! No! Help! Don't kill me! Take it. What? That's your share. Should last you long enough. Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why? My arm. My arm. My arm. No, put me down, please. Help! Someone, please help! The witch was the miracle blood had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, So I gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack. Holy shit! Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose the church. She needs the money. I need some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personally. I tossed the sack into the cart I had waiting outside, then made my way to the mansion as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us then locked the witch in the observation tower. When I told the Lord I'd use the boy as a bait to get her to open her door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said, "Involving a third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything at all in that head of yours, dog? I can kill him if that's a problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. Did he seem like he came from a wealthy family? He's young, still in his teens. He lives with his little sister. He looked reasonably well off, probably of noble blood. You picked one hell of a target to use as your bait. Should I kill him? There are people in this world you can make disappear quietly. People no one will notice have gone missing. You're one of them. The boy, he most likely isn't." Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood? He seemed to be. Well, that makes things a little easier. We just have to make him into an accomplice then. That's everything up to about 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presume. I threatened Mel, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, but even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself of my own free will. I had no reason to try to get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the 3 keys gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. The arrangement was quite beneficial for me. Hey, I heard the news! You were selected to be part of the Lord's personal guard? Now you've got it made! Congratulations! You exaggerate. It's nothing. Oh, now, no need to be humble. He wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really trust you. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust. If you say so. It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only assigns those he really trusts to work so close to him. Haha, I hope you're right. He trusts you, I'm sure of it. I certainly can't tell her the real reason I suddenly became his guard. And I've got some more exciting news too. The Lord sent a messenger for me earlier. Apparently he's building a new church and he wants me to serve as a nun there. Can you believe it? You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city's saintess, after all. It's little wonder you would be his first choice. I really don't think I'm that important. Do you not want the position? No, I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful news. That's good to hear. Tell me, I'm not wrong in thinking helping people is the one thing you want more than anything else, am I? Right. That's what I want more than anything in the world. I see. Hey, smile for me, would you? Huh? I've been smiling this whole time, haven't I? Not just now. Forever. Of course. When I'm with you, nothing could possibly take the smile off my face, unless you go and slaughter everybody. I'm glad to hear it. I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. We might have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me. I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices. Ah, the kids here see the Saintess. It's gotten quite noisy out there of late, yes. Oh, the Saintess. Your voice has gotten raspy too. Was that my doing? Did I take your voice? That's unfortunate. To me, your voice held far more value than your blood. And I took that away from you. Yes, you three took everything from me. So we did. Enough chatter, dog. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood brought in with it an influx of donations, which the Lord invested in various businesses in the city. I have no idea if the blood actually has miraculous powers, but there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. It wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of the supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As word of the elixir spread, the Lord's profits grew in kind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. And that's everything. Appalling, is it not? Morgana. If you hate me for what I did to her, you can take this sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight. You have the right to exact punishment on me. Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time, though. I need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with a clear head. Of course. So you are still willing to speak with me. I gave you my word. I told you I would help figure out the path you should take. You are an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave, and I'll walk right out the door. More than anger or hatred, I'm simply deeply pained. Same, Michelle. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic a man as you. People are supposed to be able to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't, though, which must make me a beast. When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself. Oops. I never saw that desire through, though. My thirst far overpowered anything I may have wanted to do for her, and the next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there is no room for interpretation in the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it's all meaningless now. Regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit. because it's what I need. No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please let me believe some part of you does genuinely want to help her. All right. I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any of the thrill or euphoria that I usually do when I take my sword to someone. I can't say whether that means I had a conscience, if but for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at the time. If you can save her, though, please do. I can't do anything. If I try, I only make things worse. I cannot do everything on my own, either. Give me your word that you will atone for Morgana, that you will atone to Morgana for your actions. While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, then that is what I will do. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all the details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it? I do. And I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up too, if you want. That won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. Ooh, those are some strong words, Michelle. You wouldn't... At one point, he couldn't trust anybody, and now he's trusting a murderer who's armed. This is amazing. I'll tell you the whole hopelessly tragic truth. Everything I saw, with no embellishments. Please do. And so, I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in a shipwreck, that he was treated like a beast by the people in the land where he washed up, that he massacred countless people, and that he took the life of his lover who had come in search of him, never wavering in her belief that he was still alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace or his eyes would go wide for a moment, but not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished. Oh, now it's nighttime. You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I had imagined. It's the truth, though. You become the target of Morgana's loathing, and you are led back to this mansion. That is what lies in your future. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you. I really am a beast. A horrendously precarious creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you had built, and as a result, you were no longer able to maintain that balance. Would that mean that what I am now is, comparatively speaking, human? No, I'm no different now. I have no more control over myself than when I'm killing people than the man you described. You've seen me do reprehensible things. And in spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting, never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you? I am not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me then? I'm gonna save the game just in case. I am not afraid of you, no. What are you then? I don't understand. I am of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. My task is to save Morgana. If I'm to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future, but I'm also equally frustrated at myself. You're right, the things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents. You killed the woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what angers me the most is that you put blood on the hands of a woman I love. I know very well that to you, it's something you haven't done yet. But it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they cared about had to receive that kind of treatment. I suppose. If that's how you feel, though, aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? As I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, the three of your souls will be set free as well. So you're going to save me, too? Yes, I am. I don't consider myself worthy of redemption, especially not after hearing about the things I will do. I'm a beast, through and through. A twisted, psychopathic monster. You were conflicted, though. You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness, which caused a part of you to seek peace. And the same can be said of you in this time as well. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather, nothing but a man that derived pleasure in killing, maybe then I could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what it had turned you into that. No matter how much pain and suffering had driven you to that point. But your instability, your constantly shifting desires, your mental frailty, all appear to me as very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life from here on? What is it you want most? The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now, to continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. Would that be my salvation, to abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do, what I'm supposed to do. I'm at a complete loss about everything. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere. And that's what I want for you, too. It will be the more trying path, yes, because you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it. But we live in the human world. And you also have Pauline, who wants the same thing, extending her hand to you, inviting you to join her. This is what I mean, he's kind of weird. His actions feel narcissistic, but afterwards he does not deserve redemption, which I think something a narcissist would not feel. You know, after our conversation yesterday, I was kind of looking up. I didn't have all the information that his backstory provided me yet. But I learned that there's that clinically psychopath and sociopath aren't that scientific anymore, and that it's kind of both types are under the umbrella of antisocial personality disorder. which I think that Yukimasa definitely has a lot of, but there's variation in there, and in particular, there's differences between being a psychopath and a narcissist. And a sociopath. I think he might actually be closer to being a psychopath, but again, not everybody's the same, not everybody fits in the same box, but there's like a checklist, and I think he rates rather high on the checklist. I could take it again after this, now that I know more about him, but definitely, traits similar to narcissism are part of the disorder. Like very, very self-centeredness and trouble forming connections with others, but not necessarily impossible to do so. So I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road for your own sake and for hers. Even if it means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies. Before today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to oneself. But as I listened to you tell your story, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. You, don't be yourself. Yeah, a spectrum, yeah. There's like Aimee who tortures people and laugh about it either, and then there's him who does the same thing but feels awful at the same time. I feel like it's a spectrum, yeah. I think it is. Some things you can, and possibly should, keep locked inside you where they can't hurt anyone else. However, I also think you have a tendency to try and act too perfect around her in both this life and the next. You cover up so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around here. You gotta be you gotta be Edward Cullen around her. The man you are right now, lost and trying to find his way. I have little doubt she will accept that man. What you need most is restraint. Oh, therapy session! Michelle being everyone's therapist. I hope in his next life Yukimasa has some medical treatment to help so that this doesn't help. Yeah, exactly. So that this doesn't happen, yeah. But now that you bring up Aimee, it was the stuff I was reading yesterday. Interestingly, some of the articles I was reading and stuff seem to kind of put psychopath more as the stereotyping of social manipulation and things like that, which is definitely what Aimee does. And sociopaths is more like given to impulses and violence. But again, it's like there's a big old Venn diagram on that thing, and arguably about whether that's scientific or anything like that, but definitely there's these differences and things like that. But I can't believe Michelle is being everyone's therapist. Is he gonna be Jacopo's therapist? I see. So tell me, do you think my future can be changed? I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation. I have my work cut out for me then. Yeah, it's gonna take work. It's Gonna take work, my man. Pauline. She believed in me. She put her faith in a beast and went out in search of him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. You can do it. You can do it, Yuki Masa. Let's go! When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better. Remember his fucking name and tell it to him, Michelle, please. Thank you for listening to me and for giving me guidance. Guidance counselor Michelle. I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job. Knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know. I'd say you pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you'd make a damned convincing missionary. I have no interest in being a missionary, and as I've told you, I'm not an angel. That's too bad. I joined the Church of Michelle. Ooh! I joined the Church of Michelle. Even if they don't have the memories, that I hope the soul's data has some effect. I think it will. I think, well, it's kind of like what Morgana said, right? Miracles come about due to faith. So the stronger his faith that that the next life will be better, I feel like the more of an effect it'll have, you know? And maybe most of Pauline's wishes came true because she had faith. Maybe that had to do with her being a nun or being so optimistic or whatever, but maybe her faith was strong enough to influence her own reincarnation, you know? Because I doubt Morgana would have given a shit if she had what she if Pauline had what she wanted, you know? Oops. I joined the Church of Michelle. I'm not over that. Don't look at me like that. I'm just kidding. You weren't. Now can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way, like you seem to think I am. You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life. I see. Yeah, wasn't this that conversation in that dream Michelle had with Morgana? He's gotta accept that he's different. Although, what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do. Like Giselle, who's not talking still. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal. Well, that's everything I have to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume? That's right. I'm going to convince him to hand over his key, and then I'm going to set Morgana free. I doubt you'll have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help in any way I can. I appreciate it. I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You be there too. Okay, I'll be there. If I could ask you one favor, though, could you try to arrange that for as late as possible? That should be doable, but why? There's someone else I need to speak with first. All right, I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening, then. I can't believe how civil this turned out. It just cost Michelle's entire hand. Did I lead him to the correct path? I think it's... Michelle, don't agonize over it. This is like the best path anybody could possibly lead him on. Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? You know, even if he doesn't, at the very least, it would prevent him from hurting more people. No, I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in this life, there's enough of a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle. I've almost made it to Morgana. I've come this far. All that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. The pieces I have still don't fit together yet. As Morgana told it, the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him, and he wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of events either. Are those portrayals the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? And if he really is exactly the man he's been made out to be, then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone else I met has been fundamentally the same, though. Are you the exception, Jacopo? Morgana found joy in her life during her 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them, so maybe Maria's more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity? I'll have to hear what she has to say. Well, here's hoping Jacopo and Maria don't kill each other again this time. That would kind of put a ringer in that. I can barely move my right arm. I can't feel my fingers at all. It burns. I've managed this long, but damned if it doesn't hurt. Yo, what happened, Michelle? You get fucked up? Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? I know that voice. I'm looking up at someone, a woman. She's draped in a black fog and I can't make out many details. But even through the darkness, I know immediately who she is. She is Mother. No, she is not my mother. She is... Why would you even ask such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. No, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles, so why should we, when I'm only borrowing his power? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. It's not for the miracle itself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me, Mother, and I appreciate it very much, but I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power. A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed. I am a saint, aren't I? Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man. Then you must respect his will as well, Mother. It must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint. Mother, you agreed with me You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother. Mother looks over as strange men shove me into a carriage. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable. Because you're worthless to me. Jesus, what a nice mom. Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably. Miracles are not something to be performed for a single person's benefit. What? Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping the people. The power you've been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you'd conduct yourself. You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion. That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world, as God. Silence! You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests. As I've already told you, I will do no such thing. What you will or will not do is my decision, not yours. The Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair and knocks me to the floor. I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say. Cheers! A saint's blood and good fortune to all. I stare vaguely out at the crowd, gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arms or legs open. It isn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. The Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an untouched area of my body will make it more effective. The Lord strips me bare. Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there. Stop this. Can you not comprehend that what you're doing is an affront to the Lord? I'm free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or not, you're no different from any of my slaves. The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions. Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you? Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day. Ha! You're not as threatening as you think you are, buck naked girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars. Ugh. All I can do is wait and endure day after day of torture and shame, of the Lord searching for new places to stick his knife. My entire body. Oh, thank you for lurking, Retro, even though this is like quite a grisly part of the game. Thank you, Retro, and welcome. My entire body, except for my face, is covered in reddish black wounds. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. Oh, Father, who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me unto deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great. Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, and her voice. It felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. The Lord. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason? Some explanation for his actions? I'm thoroughly exhausted, like I've just spent the last several months having my blood drained again and again. My limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Just trying to get to my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me by now. I should get going. I have to do this. Move! Damn it! Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will, I make my way to the courtyard. Poor guy. Oh, there you are! Thank God you came! Sneaking on the church grounds is a bit unnerving, so if you... Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead! I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday. Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. And whoa, what happened to your hand? It's a minor injury. Nothing of any significance. Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man? I can get around just fine without a few fingers. You gotta take yourself into consideration, too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second. You asking to talk and showing up looking like that. If you want to get anything done, you've got to take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other day, okay? When you're feeling... I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow, that's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in, but that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. I can't get Giselle back. That makes it all the more important to get your rest. And when do you suggest I do that exactly? Honestly, I don't get why you're such a damn tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man. I am plenty calm. Sure don't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me, get your ass back, and get some rest. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fates in store for all of you, as long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits. So that makes you what, a prophet or something then? Not exactly, no. But in terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me? Well, you know, that is asking a lot. That's fine. You don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me? Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever. Why don't you just, get the hell out of town? Say, fuck it, this is too much, and vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone even gonna notice you did anything if you do succeed? I'm not in this for attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know, seeing what has happened and what will, knowing that what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her, not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness, so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that, that's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Oops, Giselle. Oh wait, that was so fast, wait. Giselle? Is this what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her? You seem like the kind of fellow who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? Though I guess in a way that's kind of why you can fight so hard, huh? All right, you win. I'll talk. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. But you sit your butt down first. Is there a bench anywhere? Okay. Haha. Morgana said that? She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life. Huh, who'd have thought? Damn, that's kinda really great to hear. Did she never tell you herself how she felt? She never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. Was like she had these colossal walls all around her. I can see that. Yeah, so I always kind of felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know? She appreciated what you and the other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this with tears in her eyes. Maria said the same time earlier in the bad ending, yeah. I was kind of confused because I went through the route in this part. Yeah, that's why you were confused. I see. I was like, wait, wasn't this supposed to come later? Oh, yeah. Oh, I get it. You're like, huh? I get it. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. Well, damn. So is that, absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling it out of your ass, are you? Those were her exact words, yes, as hard as it may be to believe. Nah, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, just, wow, yeah. If I'd known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her. You weren't friendly with her? Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of a distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted, some distance. None of us were really cut out for the caretaker gig. As much as we'd have loved to be some kind of mother figure for her, we just didn't have it in us. Who was closest to her? He's dead. Yeah, the slave who saved her. The slave. Huh? Was this about a slave? There was a young man, a slave, who participated in the revolt at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life. Ah, yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least, he gave her the most attention. And he's 6 feet under. That's unfortunate. What can you do? People come and go. That's just the way of things. I thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana. Improve our chances? There's only one way about it. We smash the Lord's fucking head in and take his key. That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower? Huh? Me? Why? I want you to be there to say something to her. I'll say whatever you want me to say once you gotten her out of the tower. Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else? That's all the more reason it can't be me. Why not? Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I kept my distance. I can't do anything, not with the reasons you've given me for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other options, though. You know, actually, while I doubt this'll do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her but never got the chance. Oh? It's nothing special, just a rinky-dink little necklace, but if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her? If anyone, that should come from you. It's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. Happy birthday, Morgana. So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you? Okay, I will. Thanks, man. Well, now that's out of the way, I should split. Best of... There you are. You weren't in your room. I was worried sick. What are you two doing here? You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So there's a chance you might be able to set the Saintess free. No way am I going to miss that. We're all coming to dinner. Oh boy. That's why you're here? That, and to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released. Do you feel the same way, Nellie? If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through. It's not your fault what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle? I'll do my best. Oh, come on, you've got to act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china. Is he really that fragile? He kind of is. As for me, if it looks like he's going to do anything he shouldn't, would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but, well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway. That's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it, and I say let him have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord, he's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know. Now, can we please try to keep things civil? Oh yeah, sorry, bad habit, I know. I talk a lot of rot, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though. Hold on a second. What did you just say? He's better than the old... When did the current lord take his place? 4 years ago? What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago? Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor any time 7 years ago? Nah, I was never hired by anyone there. Then when? She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Oh, now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria is the slave? What? The slave is Jacopo? What? Wait, what? Actually dead? Wait, what? You better have a damn good reason for this. I came because you said you had something important to discuss. Oh, this is the dinner. Now, care to tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we'd be having company. I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you. And who the hell would you be? He's an angel. Or a prophet. What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure? I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you've got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it out at the church. Which one of you squealed? No one told him anything. He just knew. He knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You've completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key, and then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from the world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she's placed a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. Has everyone at this table gone mad? Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however. Because I am not from this time, I have no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle, the biggest piece. That you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana, what you thought and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her. I know it. That will be the turning point in all of this. Her curse will be no more, and you will all be returned to the paths you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Someone throw this madman out. I won't do it. Neither will I. Damn worthless curs. I'll call the guards then. Who do you think I am, exactly? I am the lord of this land. Under normal circumstances, I'd never so much as deign to speak with you, lowly peasant. Now get out of my sight. Or I'll take it as an act of aggression, and you'll find yourself without a head. In this room, right now, you're not a lord, you're a lone man. Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. You're all alone on this estate. Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. Cowardly worms. Ironic, coming from you. I didn't think you'd turn coat quite so eagerly. The nun and your kid sister are in on it too, I take it. We were only working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings. But it would appear this white-haired man has shattered that foundation. How long have you been colluding with them, Kerr? I arrived in this era 2 days ago. What? 2 days? In just 2 days, you got these worms dancing for you. They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them, and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days. He's no ordinary man. As we've said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he's known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I've never told anyone before. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. If you'd been lurking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong, I would have taken notice sooner or later. Ha! I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation, so if it's the witch you're after, I'm the obvious target, yes. And the 2 dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're going to tie me up, then torture me until I tell you what you want to know? That's not a bad idea. What do you say? No, nope. That's... You stop right there, Yukimasa. Give me the word and he's in ropes. Wait. We agreed we weren't getting rough. I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We're here to uncover the truth. We needn't exchange blows, only words. This is a visual novel after all. Anyway, if we're gonna beat it out of him, we would have done so as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand, we're only talking. No one's getting into any fights. Physically or verbally. That's right. Well, it looks like I've got no way out, so you've got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors. What? That was easier than expected. Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? 1 person is more than adequate for the job. So I split it 3 ways. Is that any of your concern, Kerr? Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something, somewhere, went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape. Oh, remember to save the game? Whoa. Okay. Ooh, Jacopo's gonna get spicy, huh? All right. I'm done listening to you. Am I right or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo? Jacopo? But isn't his name, Jean-Francois Barnier? That's Lord Barnier to you, you insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I am son of the House Barnier, which means I'm royalty. No, you are not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right, you saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Holy shit! Slave? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me, a slave? Like a hell a former slave could become royalty. You did it, though. You went from slave to lord. Enough! I don't know who's filling that white-haired head of yours with his dribble, but I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name, I dare you. Maria told me the slave back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally, though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria? You've been talking to her, too? Because she was afraid if Morgana found out, it would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who had once saved her was now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. Do your ears not work, Kerr? I said I've had enough. I need your perspective. There's more to this story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only for your own benefit, only to cause her pain. If you want the key so damn badly, then take it. Set the witch free. I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out. Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story. Are you deaf or just an imbecile? Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul. Enough. When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence. And you spent the next 3 years with her. Just one more fucking word, I swear to God. So how did you end up here? How did the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! Michelle! The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. Motherfucker. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is why he told me to save the game. I'm gonna save again right here. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm. The same hand! His hand is never gonna be the same! Ugh! I'll rip your fucking head off! The Lord swings his arm up, and the necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. The necklace! The necklace he was gonna give her! When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course. I'm just as slack-jawed as him. What the hell is going on? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question, though, and no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision right now. Oh fuck, 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 oh fuck. Save number 3. Haha, let's go. The Lord, dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, a cloud of darkness is expanding. Reach into the darkness, I guess? I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace, and as soon as I do... What the hell is this? What's that black stuff? The blackness swells, consuming us all. Is that bad ending number 2? No, stop! What is this? Don't make me watch this! His shouts fade into the distance, and my mind and body are swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happens whenever Giselle and I open a door. A door within a door! Let's go! It's the same darkness I've gazed into again and again and again and again in that cursed mansion. That house that exists outside reality. Far, far off into the distance, I can see a gentle light, like a hole ripped out of the darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness, it was never present in the past. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what is it doing here? But even my questions are in short order swallowed up by the void. Soon, my body ceases to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view the sights, the sounds, and emotions of someone's past. I become an observer, as I have many times before. Well, that was bizarre. I guess there's something more to this house than just Morgana. Unless that was Morgana. I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. I recall snapping at him, insulting him. But I don't remember what I said, nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that a wave of churning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake. You have got to be kidding me. Why? For the love of God, why? Am I being made to look back at this part of my life? That miserable, stupid, fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where did this absurd black smoke come from, and why can't I get out of it? You did it. This is one of my bad endings, but you got it right. Oof! I did it. Somehow. If it's that white-haired man who's doing this to me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself. I did it somehow. But all my questions, my confusion, my frustration, everything that composes my present is superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. Oh! To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only ever get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubly so for us. The poor barely get a chance to see any of it at all. You're already crying! Oh no! Oh no! And those who are born into affluence, well, they have no idea just how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. There you are. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days, someone's gonna think you're a gravekeeper, or maybe a grave robber. I can understand a gravekeeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl named Morgana. Oh. I can understand a grave keeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl, named Morgana, turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I'd rarely ever looked her in the eyes. Her face was almost always concealed beneath a dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are the souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity in hell, blasphemer. Hey! That was uncalled for! I'm just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level. Morgana gave me a curt shrug, then turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long, and she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think, anyway. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that had caused large patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly, she had looked fine before then, but I only knew her as she was at that time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no signs of recovering. A close friend of mine, a prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money. I can use it however I please, so just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in real hard, huh? Fine. With a forlorn graveyard as their backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite positively the least romantic sight in the world. I would have, at the very least, preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, I didn't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of the 12-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she had been the victim of unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her, and I didn't ask either, because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At the time, the only things that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others, but it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sense of duty rather than genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana, even if she could be a bit jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything, I just want you to heal up. And here I thought you were going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not going to make you be a prostitute. What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better? Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. She fell quiet, sitting there motionless as I rubbed ointment into her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and honestly rather stomach-turning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I'd said about wanting to see her face was true, but what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That possibility is just part of the fun. You have as much tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's a wonder no one throttles you in your sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she'd turned out pretty with her face healed, but her life was guaranteed to be easier, no matter what she looked like. That was what really mattered, ultimately. I could only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had had to bear. She had no parents. When I asked about her mother, she'd gotten cagey with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off. When I'd ask about her father, though, she just pointed up in the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. No, it's God. She's saying her father is God. A young girl, no family, sent off all on her own to some strange land, somewhere along the line ending up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'd still be your friend, even if you turned out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people, do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two, makes it more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? Not particularly, no. All right. Oh, also, finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there. Why? Seriously? It's your damn birthday! That's why. Oh no, this is the day everything goes wrong. And? What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay? Okay. She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kind of cute, but of course I couldn't say that, so I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and then turned to leave. Once I might have offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor. Or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day I'll show you the world. I won't get my hopes up. Oh no! Their connection. Ah! Morgana really is the white-haired girl. I won't get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it! I said with a soft chuckle, and then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise. I had more than enough reason to believe I could. 3 years back, there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate, though, because while I was partly responsible for inciting the riot, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploiting everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment builds up in a contained space, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to burst. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. Sorry about that. Oh, I hit the... Anyway. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's Manor. I'd known slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of these people would have been easier, having been born as a dog or a cat owned by somebody who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world, looking down on the less fortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system, keeping them down. It should come as no surprise I fell in the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance, there were people on the outside ready and waiting to help. Glimmers of hope started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, they weren't helpless anymore, had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I had imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to people waiting outside who would take them to another city or a neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire a condition when I found her that she could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower. So I brought her to the brothel where a friend of mine worked and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started going about bigger. Starting a full-on revolution. Once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyway. We'd pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and that would be the end of that. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs, no way to do anything about our discontent. Wow, that's just like the group of villagers that took over the town in Giselle's time. Skip forward about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman approached me. I'd never met her before, but she had wavy hair that reminded me a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, the woman said, "I was once a maidservant for the Barnier estate. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but I had a child with the previous lord. And that child is you." The revelation came completely out of the blue. According to her, I had royal blood, and if we could convince the lord of that, I would become royalty. Furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return her to her old life at the mansion. The woman urged me to take action. To meet the lord, reveal my lineage, and reclaim my rightful place at the Barnier house. I would no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I would have a comfortable life. I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious, I needed some time to think on it. If she was telling the truth, though, it could transform our revolution from a dream into a reality. We wouldn't be restricted to inciting inconsequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. Have you decided what you're going to give her? That's what the very first thing I heard when I stepped back through the door of the brothel. Stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short, blonde-haired prostitute and good friend of mine, slashed me a devilish smirk. "I bought a necklace, as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they?" "Most do. Me, I've got a taste for knives and other such pointy things. Doubt she has any much interest in those, though. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl." Oh, that's the kind of stuff they said to each other in their past in Sicily. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggested we were anything more than friends. People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume just because a guy and a girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl. I only thought of her as a friend. And as best as I could tell, that's all she thought of me as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute, myself a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood with only ourselves to watch out each other's backs. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about life when things got bad. So, is today the day? Are you finally gonna tell her how you feel? Excuse me? Tell her how I what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what. It's about time you manned up and told her. I think I got a better chance than you I think you've got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you how old she is? 12, as of today. This is Maria and Jacopo talking. Practically an adult. I was knee-deep in dick at that age. Maria, no! Maria, no! Maria, no! Maria, no! You're comparing her to you? The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg. Party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. All right. I chewed over what Maria had said as I watched her disappear down the brothel corridor. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't overanalyzing. I did, indeed, have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds, and Maria was a prime example of that. I had never once so much suggested to anyone I might think of anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately. Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact, though if anyone else were to find out, I could only imagine the looks I would get. I mean, Morgana was 12 and I was 22. That wasn't normal. I've never felt this way about anyone else that young either. Any other girl Morgana's age just looked like another kid to me. So why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we met, she would tell me to go to hell, and she refused to walk anywhere with me, and no matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better place when I was with her. It made me want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if your face still isn't healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana? God, no, that's terrible. There has to be a better way to put it. Now, I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not fretting over stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel and made my way to the back room, Maria and a handful of other unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. The prostitutes chatted amongst themselves about work in unabashedly graphic detail, trading info on which customers were good and which customers were bad. All the while, Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable. You guys think you could maybe change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about. Making the birthday girl want to hide in the corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? Oh no, don't mind me. Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about, Morgana said almost in a whisper, her head downturned. At least eat something then. The cookies are barely sweetened and dry as rocks, but they're edible. Jacopo, you little bitch! You've got some stones to shit-talk my cookies to my face. Stop it, Maria! Stop throwing things at me! The other girls cackled as Maria and I bickered. Hoping it might have elicited a reaction from Morgana as well, I snuck a glance over at her, but she remained expressionless. You are right about one thing, though. This is Morgana's day. So let's change the subject, Maria said with a little laugh, having hurled everything within arm's reach at me. Like I said, I don't have any... Oh, that's Morgana again. Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do. You just have to look a little harder. Not saying you have to reminisce for us. It can be anything. Let's see. Here's an idea. Are there any guys you got your eyes on? I spewed my tea all over the table. There is. And then I started choking. What? Seriously? Holy shit! Who is it? Tell me, who's the lucky guy? God. Everyone fell silent. Maria gave me a sympathetic look, and I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Sorry, kid, you ain't got nothing on God. Asshole. If you're gonna dream big, right? Yeah, I get what you're coming from, pining after the old, powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you. You bald-faced liar. The grass may be a hell of a lot greener up there, but it's a bit far, don't you think? You're better off settling for the weeds down here. Did she just imply I'm a weed? Maria looked over and gave a wide grin at the sight of me grinding my teeth, then continued. Say, the young man over... Wait, stop right there. Don't say another word. Whoopsie, me and my big mouth almost did your job for you. Damn it, Maria! This was not good. Like hell, I was gonna let her corner me into saying it here. I stole a glance at Morgana, but her gaze was locked on her knees, and I couldn't see what, if any, kind of reaction she was having. Morgana, what she was trying to say is that, I have to go. What? I have to go to the bathroom. Sure. Morgana got up from her chair. And left the room in silence. I imagine I was making a rather flaccid expression, because as soon as Morgana was gone, Maria began cackling like a madwoman. My reply was the nearest object, courtesy of my throwing arm. Loser! How hard is it to just say it? It would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that. You think I believe you would have done it without a little nudge? I would have. Eventually. Eventually ain't gonna cut it. Now's the right time. It's totally... Maria, stop it! And don't worry, me and the girls won't make fun of you for getting your rocks off to little girls. Maria, stop it! That's not the reason I like her. Besides, I would wait at least 4 years before... Doesn't mean you can't tell her now. I think it'd do her wonders, really. She's, well, you know. So I think knowing someone cares about her will lighten the load a bit. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. If she turns you back down, we can all have a laugh about it. Maria and a few other girls chuckled. As uncomfortable as she was making me feel, she had a point. Regardless of whether Morgana reciprocated her feelings or not, there was a good chance that just putting them out there would help in breaking down the walls she had built in her heart. Maybe one day I would actually be able to see her smile. I'll do it. I'll tell her. It didn't matter if I came out looking like a loser. It didn't matter if Morgana wasn't interested in me that way. What mattered was that she knew someone accepted her, regardless of her appearance or the things she had been through. This is what Michelle meant. If only... Like, regardless of the circumstances, if only Morgana had someone who accepted her. Man, why'd the circumstances have to be like this, though? And if, by some chance, there really was royal blood flowing through my veins, then I could make good on my promise to show her the world. I know Morgana never got to hear that, though, that's why it's so sad. Yeah. I could put an end to her life of poverty and abuse, replace it with one of comfort and wealth. I could buy her even better medicine, something that could actually heal her face. If I truly were loyalty, I could do so much more for her. Makes it sound like I want to be some kind of fairy tale hero or something. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded that. If I was going to make her happy, to wipe away all her past misfortune, why couldn't I make it a little dramatic? It wasn't usually my style, but in this case, I wouldn't have objected to a storybook ending. This is gonna go so badly. This, though. No, this wasn't the kind of story I was hoping for. The heavy curtains separating the guest rooms had been torn to shreds. and they were splattered with blood. A man, apparently caught without enough time to defend himself, lay splayed out naked on a bed, his empty eyes fixed on the ceiling. Yeah, Michelle at least had someone at the end while she was alone. Yeah. The whole area reeked of blood. All I could do was stare, stupefied, at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. The few who were still alive could no better make sense of the incomprehensible massacre than me. The sudden, arbitrary upheaval of our world. The inexplicable, inescapable reality. Shortly after Morgana stepped out, I heard a woman scream from the front of the brothel. Next, a man shouting. At first, I assumed it was one of the customers losing his temper over something. But the tone of the scream seemed somehow off, or something like that. It wasn't long before the noise had escalated to alarming levels, so I dashed toward the source of the shouting. A good dozen men, bandits or maybe thieves, they seemed more organized, had raided the brothel. They slaughtered all the customers, stripping them of any valuables, and they tied up the girls, killing any who resisted. The first thought that rose to my panicked mind was that I had to find Morgana. I needed to get her out of here no matter what. I couldn't let her birthday turn into a tragedy. She had already been through enough. I had to make sure she didn't suffer any further. I had to make her life into something good. I searched, and I searched, but there was no sign of Morgana anywhere, until suddenly, something seemed to crash into me from behind, causing me to stagger. It took a few seconds for the pain to set in when I looked down to see the tip of a blade sticking out of my gut. Blood streamed along the metal surface, and there were little bits of flesh caught on the edges. Ew! I turned around just in time to see the man holding it kick me away. Before I had time to process what was happening, I hit the floor and lost consciousness. If I were a hero, I could have surely eradicated all the violent intruders in the blink of an eye, saving everyone. Protected that which I wanted to protect. Not had to lose anything. But I was a mere boy. A weak boy, helpless against a few robbers. A useless boy, unable to protect anyone. When I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me, sobbing. No sign of the tough, foul-mouthed girl I knew. Aside from her, there were two other girls also crying, leaving only 4 survivors. Apparently, I wasn't dead. Looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The brothel lay in ruins, a bloody pile of torn bedding, clothes, and bodies. I made my way back to the front, and all I could do was stare, stupefied, at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. Maria stood beside me, quietly rubbing her trembling arms. Where's Morgana? I couldn't find her. Why not? I'm sorry. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't. Oh, where's Morgana? I couldn't find her. Why not? I'm sorry. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find her. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say I wasn't blaming her, but I couldn't find the words. If I'd had power, I could have prevented this from happening. What kind of power would I have needed, though? The physical strength to overpower the thieves? No, I needed to think bigger. If I weren't a peasant, but someone of real influence and import, no one would dare stand up to me. No petty thieves would ever even consider a raid on me, and I would have had the power to punish anyone who tried. Regardless, this would have never happened at all. I was supposed to give Morgana a good life, to show her the world, to make her smile. If only I had power. Absolute, unflinching power. If I'd climbed to the top of the ladder when the chance was offered to me, this all could have been avoided. If only I had asserted my place as royalty a month earlier, as the woman who claimed my mother had urged me to. I wanted power. The power to keep everything I cared about safe. And where did that get you, Jacopo? The power to change this damned world. The power to stop those filthy thieves. The power to keep her by my side. Ah! She's by your side, but at what cost? I wanted power. I heard about the attack on the brothel and that you were hurt. I'm so glad to see you're well. Oh, the woman. About a week after the raid, I went to see the woman who professed herself my mother. As you would expect of someone who had served at the old lord's manor, she was very elegant and graceful. The shack where she stayed, though, was a shabby, drab place with bare wattle and daub walls. You were concerned about my safety? Of course! Show me a mother who is not always concerned about her child's safety, says the woman I've never seen until a month ago. Physical distance has no bearing on a mother's love, she said with a soft smile. Age had clearly been taking its toll on her, but I could see hints of former beauty. If you had gone to speak with the Lord and revealed your lineage when I had first come to see you, you would never have been in that kind of danger. There is still time. Go to the Lord's manor, show him. I'm not really your son, am I? The woman fell silent for a moment, observing me. I could see the resemblance between us, yes. And I had no memories of my mother. It would be nice if she were to show back up someday, but it just wasn't likely. This whole thing felt extremely contrived. Discussions will progress much smoother if we both know what the other wants out of this arrangement. Start by telling me who you really are. Were you actually a maidservant for the previous lord? She gave a nod, then walked over to a grimy shelf and retrieved a ring that looked very much out of place. It was made of gold, engraved with an elaborate insignia. Look at this. It's the Barnier family crest. The previous lord gave me the ring as a gift, and I've kept it ever since, even after our relationship was discovered and I was chased out. But I didn't sell it because I knew I was with child. They will have no choice but to acknowledge you as a legitimate heir if you show them this ring. Why did you wait so long to come find me then? I was afraid they might kill you if I brought you in as a baby. Why were we separated? Misfortune. One day, bandits came and kidnapped you. Presumably, they were hired by the Barnier estate because they didn't want your existence coming to light. I consider it a miracle you're still alive. I can only imagine the stern look on my face as I listened to the woman speak. Part of me did, indeed, want to take everything she said as true. Wanted to believe I was someone important, but I couldn't convince myself I had anything other than a commoner's blood running through my veins. It would appear you've done your research. I don't have any other family, to the best of my knowledge, which does indeed make me a good candidate for you to step in and claim your stake on. If I were to guess, your child with the Lord has either passed away or never existed at all. It's probably true that you worked at the Barnier's manor, and it's probably true that you had relations with the former Lord. You were chased out, and now you live in poverty. You want to go back to your former, more comfortable life, and while you're at it, take vengeance on the current Lord. But, being a woman, you have no means to accomplish that yourself. So you came up with the idea of using a fake son. If your child were still alive, he would be about my age, wouldn't he? And we look similar enough for you to convincingly claim we're related. But the biggest reason you chose me is because I've made something of a name for myself. Because I was one of the people involved in inciting the riot, the revolt 3 years ago. The perfect choice to spearhead a revolution. How dramatic! The man who set the Lord's slaves free was secretly his family. The people would eat it right up. So how far off am I? For some time the woman sat in silence. Eventually she broke it, Not by yelling in anger or desperately trying to refute me, but with a smile. I knew very well what lurked behind that smile, too. Scorn. You're sharp for a filthy peasant. It would seem I chose wisely. I was right. She was a manipulative, conniving shyster. But that I could work with. That fits so much better. I wasn't royalty. I wasn't a hero. I was a filthy peasant. I'm in. The first thing I did after agreeing to work with the woman was not approach the Lord, but to reveal my false lineage to my accomplices. They all thought I was joking until I showed them the ring. Then their dreams of revolution started seeming far more realistic. Maria was the one exception. Not only did she not believe me, she tried to stop me from going through with the scheme. Haven't you had enough danger for one life? Come on, forget about all this revolution stuff. We can build up a new brothel and just stay low for the rest of our days. Does that really sound so bad? You're the only friend I've got left, Jacopo, she said somewhat desperately. I sympathized with her concerns, but I didn't want to let this chance to gain some real power slip away. I was done having things taken away from me. Hear me, my fellow citizens. Oh, I just realized. This is what you guys meant by, saying that, you know, what happened to Morgana was bad if the guy putting her in the banquets and slicing her up wasn't one of the three. And I was confused because I was like, no, Jacopo's definitely one of those guys. That guy. But it's because I've been fooled into thinking they were the same person. Oh, okay. I get it now. Hear me, my fellow citizens who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold the Barnier's golden ring. Proof that I am of noble birth. Victims of this terrible tyrant. The time has come to start anew. And I shall be the one to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the deprived. All of you, stand with me. My call to arms stoked the flames in the people's hearts. When the assault on the Lord's manor began, they were an inferno of righteous justice. No one was thinking straight. I was about the only one with something resembling a clear head amidst the chaos. If I were really a hero, then I would have rejoiced in that glorious day, that momentous turning point in the city's history. I would have been honored to have led the charge. But this was all about one woman's avarice and desire for vengeance. This was all about one man's lamentation of his own weakness. I wasn't motivated by any desire to help these people. The Lord, backed into a corner, begged for his life. I decapitated him, then held his severed head up for the people. Their cheers and shouts filled the air. As I watched them rejoice, I wondered, was this the future that awaited me? Would the people come after me next? Was my head going to be in one of their hands one day? The king and the other counts acknowledged my royalty, though it was less because I had the Barnier's ring and more because they thought that was the best way to prevent things from getting any messier. So with their approval, I formally became lord of the land. I also assumed the former lord's name because despite his reputation with his people, it was a name people knew, one that held far more clout than my own. And just like that, my long-time dream of power had come true. So Barnier was the Blood Banquet Lord's name. That said, simply becoming the Lord didn't mean everything had fallen neatly into place. Many of the local noble families accused me of acquiring my rank illegitimately. They waited, fangs bared, for me to slip up. They even tried to set me up on more than one occasion. I couldn't trust anyone. On top of that, if I took too long making the improvements I had promised the people, they would start saying I was just as much of a tyrant as the previous lord. There was only so much I could do at once, though, especially with my hands full fending off the vulturous nobles. Exhaustion soon began to set in. This wasn't the world I was looking for, the one I wanted to show Morgana. It was day after draining day of betrayal, constantly having to look over my shoulder, fighting to meet unrealistic expectations. I was starting to lose sight of who I was as a person. I couldn't let anyone see me looking weak. They would see it as an opportunity to take advantage of me, to manipulate me, to eliminate me. I needed power to protect myself from those people. Attaining rank was only the first step. I needed even more power. Enough to ensure no one would ever be giving me orders, could ever play me for a fool. I turned my attention first to bolstering the economy. I provided subsidies to merchants in the city. I expanded trade routes. I made it known that people of any skin color, even those not welcome in other territories, were welcome in my land, trying to bring some vitality to the city. The previous lord had evidently loved to throw parties, squandering away nearly all the tax money on his own entertainment. If he had left me more to work with, I would have used it to clean up and repair the slums, but for the time being, that had to remain another item on the checklist. I needed more money flowing through the city as a whole before I could make any headway fixing up the poorer areas. Helping the people who needed it most quickly became a secondary objective. I had a pretty good idea of what my former accomplices still in the slums were saying about me. He used us. I could practically hear them whispering. Some of them even started publicly slandering me in an attempt to undermine my authority, claiming I wasn't suited to be in a position of power because I had spent out most of my life in the slums. It wasn't long before they had convinced people I was just another tyrant. I had hoped they, if no one else, would have sympathized with my position, realized that I had every intention of helping them, and that I simply didn't have the resources for it yet. But no one saw what I was doing. No one believed me, even when I tried to explain. In one case, I invited an old companion to my manor to discuss matters, but the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life. Having absolutely no one I could trust, no one I could call an ally, hit me a lot harder than I had expected. It twisted my worldview beyond recognition. I had no need for sympathy. I couldn't show care for anyone, otherwise someone would inevitably use it against me, old friends and strangers alike. In fact, those who knew me best, those who were aware of where I'd come from and what I had been before, were the ones who fought the hardest to tear me down. Rules needed to be created, punishments established. I couldn't allow anyone to take this power from me. Anyone who so much as suggested I'd come from the slums. Anyone who dared disrespect me had to be eliminated. All threats exterminated before they could reach me. Somewhere along the line, I had lost sight of my original dream. Lost all my desire to do right by the people I cared about. Hell, I didn't even have anyone to do right by anymore. Why did I need to climb to the top of the ladder? So no one could kill me. Why did I want money? So no one could mock me. Why did I want power? So no one could oppose me. 4 years passed, and I found myself in a very, very distant place. Miracle blood sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain. Oh, this is the talk with Yukimasa. You never know, they say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. So he didn't realize it was Morgana, and he couldn't take it back after he'd done it? Oh, fuck. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. One day, a curious rumor came to my attention, the kind of whispering I wouldn't usually put much stock into. It was said that there was a witch living in a cottage by the lake. Few had ever seen her face, but they claimed she had the same voice as a girl who had supposedly performed miracles several years earlier in a faraway village. The people love their stories of heroes and miracles. And if I could show some support for the churches, then maybe people would stop complaining I was focusing too much on the economy. So I devised a plot to capture the witch and make use of her miracle blood. I would establish a new church and have it run by the nun the city had been fawning over for some time. They called her the Saintess. There, I would take the witch's blood and call it a miracle medicine, distributing it in exchange for tithes, which the people would certainly come for in droves. And if the blood somehow did happen to have special powers, then that would make the scheme that much more effective. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. I was too busy to handle capturing the witch myself, so I went and found someone to handle it for me. He was a former slave who had, several years back, massacred an entire carriage of slaves, and the slave trader transporting them. Obviously not an upstanding citizen, but there was little doubt he would have any trouble apprehending a single witch. The biggest reason I chose him, though, was because he was enamored with the nun. Man, this all is fate, isn't it? I honestly thought it was rather hilarious. A murderer fallen in love with a nun. I had been expecting the man to object, but he agreed almost without hesitation. There was a mansion on the outskirts of the city, which the previous lord had built for himself, had gone unused since his death. So Barnier was the one who originally built the mansion. Wow. It was there I decided to keep the witch, and there I decided to establish the church. The nun would have ample space there to provide temporary shelter to the sick and needy. I thought with what little remained of my conscience that I was doing the right thing. If one witch, presumably an old woman at that, was all it took to accomplish such a good... If was all it cost to accomplish such good, then a worthy sacrifice it was. In an ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old, a human being was an unacceptable price for anything, but this was far from an ideal world, so I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best, no, the only acceptable course of action. She would probably despise me for it, but I would gladly accept her hatred in exchange for the benefits her blood would bring the city. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for their abandoned souls. Morgana's words from years back popped into my head. I believe that, as aggressive, self-centered, and utterly lacking in compassion as my methods may have been, I was following that mantra. This is so fucked up! That's so fucked up. Oh my god. What the oh my god. When he realizes this is gonna be something else. Ooh wee! Ooh wee, we are in for it. Ooh! Okay. I was offering a helping hand to people who needed it in the only way I knew how. I wasn't so dense as to think she would approve of me making an old woman pay the price for my charity, though. Doing this made me no better than a thug. But everything has a price. For every extravagant feast held, a dozen people go the night without food. That's simply the way of the world. I was no god. I was no saint. I had blood on my hands. I was a villain. I knew no way to accomplish good without doing bad. After the swordsman departed, I took some time to myself. I filled a goblet with water, smelled it, and then gave it to my pet dog before gulping down the rest of it. Oh my god, so paranoid. Are you still out there somewhere, Morgana? What would you think of me if you saw what I had become? This is so fucked up! Several days later than originally planned, the swordsman finally arrived at the mansion. I had chosen the observation tower on the grounds for the witch's prison, and it was there I waited for him. He showed up with a burlap sack swung over his shoulder, setting it down on the ground, saying, "There's your witch." I could only hear muffled grunting from inside the sack, but it didn't sound like an old woman inside. The man's clothes and the bag both reeked of blood. "Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made. Limbs were lost." I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes? Of course. I felt a tinge of guilt for the woman, but it didn't last long. Her role in my scheme and the fate that awaited her was the same regardless of the condition she arrived in. I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. He crouched down to untie it, revealing a young girl with one arm severed. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. But why? What was she doing in the bag? Why was she the lakeside witch? What was she doing here? Why was she so pale and shaking? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? How could I have let this happen to her? Morgana. My voice was hoarse and rattling. She looked up at me, her face just as disfigured and hideous as it had been 4 years before. My mind flashed back to her birthday, to when I had considered offering to take her as my lifetime partner if her face hadn't healed in 4 years' time. Is that you? Her question yanked me out of my memories. You remember me? Did Morgana remember me? 3 years we had spent together. What kind of person I had been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. Those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me, me taking shots at her. All that time we had shared. How could I ever forget? Morgana, she remembered me? How could I ever forget all the pain and humiliation you put me through? Oh, the Lord! Oh, she didn't realize. How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold? What? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you? You haven't had your fill of my blood? No, that wasn't me. I was the one who had tried to heal those wounds. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you, even for a moment. No, Morgana, I was the man who rescued you from him. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana, I was not aware you knew the witch, Lord. His voice made my blood run cold. I didn't just know her. Morgana was... This man, the Lord, he destroyed me, mind and body. No, that was another man. He was already dead. I had just taken his place. I had come from the slums. I had been part of the slaves' revolt. I knew I had to tell her. He ruined my life! But between the sting of Morgana's accusations and my need to protect my current position, I couldn't muster the strength to do it. If someone were to find out I wasn't legitimate royalty, that I had come from the slums, then everything I had worked so hard to build up for who, though, would come crumbling down. Do I really think it hasn't already? All I had left was my power, my rank. Is that what I actually wanted? I couldn't afford to lose that too. When did I first start straying from the path? Yes, I know her, or I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. This is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. Why? Why couldn't I tell her the truth? How could I keep her imprisoned? What had I wanted power for in the first place? Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out? would anyone ever believe me? Michelle's like, I believe you. Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although, whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It's a hazy, indistinct shape, on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at, the moments before a man's soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness, who laid his past bare, who forced him to relive those events, to experience once more everything he felt, everything he thought, who put him through that despair a second time? I can only imagine how he must have felt, causing someone he once cared for so much pain. The things he did are aberrant, abhorrent, more than deserving of reproach, and it would undoubtedly be easier for him to just simply vanish into the eternal abyss. But I can't allow that to happen. He still has work to do. His story is essential. It's almost certain Morgana still doesn't know who he really is. He needs to face her, to reveal the truth with his own words. That's the only way we're going to get her to have a change of heart. That's not all he has to say to her either. So I must bring him back, pull him out of the darkness. I grab the man by the arm and begin scouring the blackness for an exit. After some time, I see a speck glistening high above. So I make my way upwards, back into the harsh light of the real world. That was intense and fucked up in many, many ways. The darkness parts, and we re-emerge in the dining hall. The man is still straddling me, dagger held above his head, just as he had been before I trekked to his past. His eyes are open wide, and his hand is trembling. A few moments later, his fingers go slack, and the blade slips from his grasp, piercing the wood floor by my face. Woo! That was close. Hey, what was that? I swear I saw some kind of black cloud or something. What happened to you two? Neither of you saw any of that? Saw what? If you didn't see anything, then don't worry about it. The necklace, that must have been the key to unlocking his memories. Like when I touched the mirror in the mansion. Oh! I have no idea why. Certain objects show me different memories. But I got what I needed, I think. I'm fairly certain the white-haired girl is Morgana now. The things Jacopo did to her and felt for her behind the third door have much in common with him and Morgana in this life. Why did you dig that up? How the hell did you do that? Why did you show me my former self? Why did you make me watch that? Why didn't you tell her? Had you only opened your mouth and told Morgana the truth, told her you weren't the previous lord, told her who you really were, things could have turned out differently. Turned out differently how? Knowing would have only worsened her pain. Yes, you're exactly right. The man who once saved her life is now the source of all her misery. How would knowing that do anything but cause her more despair? The least you could have done then was let her go free. I'd already put money into setting up the church here. Her arm had been cut off. There was no turning back. You can't go back from that. You could have, yes. You could have stopped then and there. Don't act like you know anything. You couldn't possibly comprehend the weight on my shoulders, you dirty peasant. You're right, I can't, and I'll be damned if I want to. To hell with understanding the feelings of a man who could so easily lose sight of what mattered most for a little power. Ugh! Money, power, that's not what you really wanted to hold dear. So why couldn't you let go of that? Why did you have to go and let what mattered most slip through your fingers? Just like the third door. Had you done anything, it wouldn't have come to this. I couldn't have people knowing where I came from. I needed wealth, rank. No, you didn't need any of that. Do you have any idea how much Morgana treasured her time with you and Maria? Do you know how she described that period as one of the brightest chapters of her life? Those 3 years she spent at the brothel until it was attacked. She said that was where she learned how to find joy in life. Enough. She would never say any of that. Why do you refuse to believe me? She never opened up to anybody. That's all just your fantasy, what you want to see in her. You're trying to convince me of something that was never there. No, I think he's right, Lord. I believe she did feel that way. The day I killed that carriage full of slaves 4 years ago, this girl you're talking about, she was there. What? That can't... And she said this to me before I began my massacre. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. She was crying as she did. So that's who she was talking about. It was you. There's no way. Then, when exactly did the brothel attack 4 years ago take place? It was the winter. I see. Winter 4 years ago is when I met the girl too. That reminds me. She mentioned something unpleasant happening to her 4 years ago during one of our conversations. That she was forced to part ways with the people who taught her that humans are capable of kindness. She was talking about you. There is still time. You can still set Morgana free. You can still reveal your true self to her. She was likely in shock that day, not seeing or thinking straight. She still thinks you're someone else. Hearing you were the Lord, it set something off inside of her, preventing her from seeing you who you really are. Her time in the previous Lord's captivity left scars even deeper than she knew. So all it took was that one word, and in her eyes you became him. Which isn't to say you haven't caused her much pain yourself, but I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. It will change her perception of the world. I'm certain of it. So please, release Morgana and spill your heart for her. I was planning to end it all with the Harvest Festival. What? I was already planning to set her free then. I knew damn well it was much too little, much too late, but I needed an excuse to face her. Some occasion to give me that last nudge, just like the motherfucking third door. I can't believe this. So I told myself, that's gonna be the day. That's when I'm gonna do it. But you had to show up out of nowhere, digging it up my past. Yes, just like the third door. And throwing all my plans out the window. You still think I'm the reason your carefully laid plans fell apart? I'll let her go during the Harvest Festival. Tomorrow she goes 3. Tomorrow is too late. What difference does it make? When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana dies. I have had more than enough of your so-called prophecies. I'm done. Why do you still refuse to believe me? I'm not making anything up. I'm from the future. I know how this ends. Having an occasion and a plan can certainly make it easier to take action. But you can't just wait for the right occasion for everything. Sometimes, if you don't act on something as soon as you've decided to do it, you'll miss your chance. In your next life, you make the same mistakes. You lock someone up that you care about, eventually causing her to break down entirely, and you're so fixated on waiting for the right occasion, you completely destroy any chance of salvaging anything. If you're set on releasing her, then release her. Jacopo! Stop being so damn fixated on your occasions already. Enough. Damn you. You're right. You don't have to tell me I'm being a fool. I'll do it. Right now, I'll do it. I'll release her. Thank you for making up your mind. I didn't make the lock require 3 keys because the weight was too much to bear alone. It was because having others with me would force me to keep up the Lord facade, to prevent me from letting anything slip. Oh my God. Or maybe I was just waiting, hoping someone would betray me, make me pay. Pathetic, I know. You can have the necklace. It belongs to you. Though I doubt Morgana will accept it, I hope you'll still attempt to give it to her yourself. Will you do that? Where did you get that, anyway? From Maria. I thought she would have thrown it out by now. I assume she doesn't think very highly of me. Be honest with me. She was planning to kill you. Ah. Maybe that would have been for the best. To her, I'm nothing but a power-hungry traitor. Just like Maria in the third door. The necklace. I'll take it. Here you are. When he takes the necklace, Jacopo looks as though he's on the verge of tears, whether from the pressure of not wanting to lose face or simply because he's no longer able to. He doesn't actually shed any, though. The other two just stand by and watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but they don't... Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but they don't pry either. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give them an idea of what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Jacopo takes up the head of the procession to the observation tower, and while it lasts but for a brief moment, I see an image of the young man he used to be in his slightly slouched shoulders. They each insert and turn their individual keys, the lock disengaging and the door giving a deep groan as it swings open. Beyond it, a spiral staircase extends high into the sky. Every time I've climbed these stairs, it's always been a solemn affair, and now is no different. I've succeeded, though. I got them all here, ready to set her free before she's supposed to die. I have changed the past. Giselle? Can you hear me, Giselle? I made it in time. Now Morgana doesn't have to die tomorrow. I did it. Giselle. With me. Come on. Do you guys hear talking behind the door? Is there someone else in there with her? There couldn't be. It's only Morgana. Stay with me, please. Come on. You can't give up now. Oh, be quiet. As if you have any idea what I'm going through. Of course I do. No. Standing before the door at the top of the stairs, a chill runs down my spine. Before I have time to consider what might have caused it, my body moves on its own. I shove my way past the other man and push open the door. Oh my god. She didn't have... Her teeth were sticking out? I know. I'll come up with something pleasant. To take your mind off things. I'll come up with a story. A story? How about this? A dove flies in through the window up above, a piece of parchment tied to its leg. Hello, alone. Yes, pain indeed. It's a letter from the prince of a neighboring land. You read it, and then you write a response. I don't respond. After exchanging letters back and forth for some time, the prince comes to find you. I'm not going to fall for your stupid fantasies. Holding on to something, even a fantasy, is better than believing in nothing at all. I don't want you to give up hope. But baseless hope only breeds despair. Not that you would know that. Besides, if anyone's going to come for me, I don't want it to be a prince. There's only one person I want to see. We're all stunned to silence at the scene unfolding beyond the door. Morgana is having a conversation with herself. This does answer the question of who the white-haired girl is and where she came from. Is Morgana getting redemption? We're trying to save her right now. This is Morgana right here. But I can't. This is just... No one should have to go through this. Her mind is split into two to cope. Oh, Morgana. It looks like you have visitors. They're here to take my blood. Or they've got no use for me anymore and are here to kill me. Oh, don't be so negative. Look, there's someone new. Kill me. Just set me free already. Morgana, you know what my wish is. Kill me and curse. Put a curse on them. Come on, Morgana. Look up at them. Your letters, they made it. I never wrote any letters. He's got long hair as white as snow and eyes like rubies. He's beautiful, like an angel descended from heaven. An angel. Morgana. I've come for you, Morgana. Come to set you free. Would you please undo her shackles, Jacopo? As you say. Oh my god! Michelle! Morgana. He really does look like an angel. Angel? Can you hear me, Morgana? At long last, I have the chance to hold you while you're still alive. That's right. He held her bones like this. He held her skeleton like this. I'm here to get you out of this tower. You have nothing to worry about anymore. You can go outside again, see the sun. You can go back to your old life. Angel. Morgana. An angel. No one's going to hurt you anymore, Morgana. And the three of them by the door, none of them had any malice for you. Angel. You're free. You can go free again. Angel. You can have a normal life. No one is going to take any more of your blood. Angel. Please, Morgana, please stay with me. Don't you want to leave this place? I'm going to set you free. I'll take you back to your cottage by the lake. I'll get you medicine. I'll help you with anything you need. If you want to go somewhere far away, I'll take you there. I'm begging you. I've waited so long for this moment. Morgana, I've been waiting so long for God to send an angel. Are you an angel? Are you an angel sent to deliver me from this place? Please deliver me unto my Father's presence. I can't go back out there. I can't live in the mortal realm any longer. I don't want to. There's only one place I wish to go. O holy servant of the Lord, you are an angel, aren't you? Morgana, please deliver me from this place. I have a feeling there's gonna be a choice, huh? Yes, that's right. I am, for now, yes, I will be. I am the Archangel Michael, sent to deliver your soul unto the God the Father. She's gonna die if you say that. She's gonna let go. You don't want her to die. Your angel. I have descended from heaven above. That's wonderful. Morgana, is he proud of me? Your Father, the Lord Almighty, is exceedingly proud of the great work you have done in his name. Thank you. It means so much to me to hear that. I couldn't be happier to be able to return with you, to see him. Morgana! 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 Fuck. Michelle, you idiot! She was going to let go and die if you said that. I was trying to tell you. She was like, oh, yay, oh, I can die now. She would have lost it, the will to live. Bro. But at least she had someone with her there at the end, right? And she would have only been accepted by someone inhuman, but Oh, Jesus. Okay. Her body goes limp in my arms as the last of her life slips away. There should have been more than enough time to spare, but still, I failed to save her life. At the very least, I hope I was able to provide her some comfort in her final moments. I'm allowed to think that, aren't I? We were too late. But why? Wasn't she not supposed to die until... That's what she said, isn't it? That's how it was supposed to happen, right? And how come we still didn't make it? Why didn't you do anything? Why did you just let her wither away like this? Why? Answer me. I have no answer for you. I had no idea she had deteriorated so badly. We should take her outside. Then you can atone for your sins. But first, we need to take her body somewhere clean. Death does not mean you are free of pain. We need to ensure her soul can depart in peace. Yeah, Michel would know. He had to watch, he was like, his soul was attached to his body and he saw himself get, like, defiled before he was finally burned. You won't see me objecting. You need to say now what you were going to say to her. You must let her know the truth. She's dead. What good will it do to reveal my feelings now? Are you really that dense? Of course it will do good. Her physical body may be dead, but her soul is still here watching everything, listening to every word you say. I don't believe in souls. Well, I'm begging you to change your mind. Let Morgana hear what you have to say. Don't let her soul seethe in hatred. Please, I'm begging you. Okay. Morgana, I am not the Lord you knew. The man who put you through that hell, I killed him. I'm the man who freed you from his grasp. I'm the man who spent the next 3 years with you. We were poor and food was scarce, let alone good food. But those were happy times. Just about every day I'd come to rub ointment on your face. I'd tell you to look at me and you'd reluctantly turn my way. I used to think a lot about the face you'd make when you finally gave in. And then there was Maria, who I can only imagine how obnoxious you thought the two of us were when we were in the same room together. You sitting off alone while me and Maria go at it, not making a peep. Me always trying to sneak good glances at you. There's so much I never managed to tell you, and I hate myself for being too weak to put any of it into words. I could apologize, but I doubt you'd forgive me, and I didn't want you to either. I just want you to know that this isn't how I wanted things to turn out. What I wanted more than anything was to show you the world, but instead all I managed to show you was the inside of a cold, dark tower. Not the beautiful, unimaginably wide world outside these walls, but a tiny, filthy corner of it. I did this to you. I took everything from you when I should have given you everything. However much you hate me, I deserve every last bit of it and more. I was ready to pay with my life, if that's what you wanted. I was ready to do absolutely anything. This wasn't how I wanted things to turn out. I waited too long to bring myself to take action. Morgana, the man there, he told me, you said the 3 years you're with me and Maria were the brightest days of your life. Well, they were for me too. I loved you. That's everything. Did any of what he just said make it through to you, Morgana? I pray with all my heart that him opening up will have even the tiniest effect on how you feel. Morgana, I also want to apologize for everything I did to hurt you. I feel terrible about it. I really do. And yeah, I know that's not enough to make up for what I've done. So I want to make amends, whatever it takes. If you want me to give you my life now, I will. Or if you want me to spend the rest of my days paying for my sins, I can do that too. I am an irredeemable monster and a killer. I take pleasure in hurting people. You were right to be afraid of me. I am genuinely sorry for what I did to you, though. I never wanted to see you dead. Sorry, I can't come up with anything better to say. Let's bring her outside. Would you carry her body, please? You should be the one to carry her. You're far better suited to the job. He's down one arm, bro. Your bodyguard crushed all his fingies. My right arm is in no condition to be picking anything up. Yeah, exactly. I'll help you lift her then. You said it was my words she needed to hear most, but ultimately, it was you who saved her. And me who made that necessary. She wanted to be delivered to God by the hands of an angel. So the angel here should carry her. Michelle, just say yes, just do it. I can't. It wouldn't be right. Please, would you do it for her? Very well. Jacopo puts the necklace around Morgana's neck, then lifts her dead body off the ground and places her in my arms. He opens the door, heading the 4-man procession out of the tower as he had in. I walk at the back of the line. Each step they take down the spiral staircase is slow and ponderous, as if weighted down by the knowledge of their sins. But they must make their way to the place where they will make their atonement. I wasn't able to prevent Morgana's death, but I was able to uncover the truth. I accomplished something. The sum of everything I did these 3 days should be enough to change her heart and change the course of their next lives. They should be able to avoid the tragedies I witnessed through each of their doors. When we step through the door and people see Morgana's body, we'll be made to pay for our sins. Ultimately, I'm the one responsible, so the 2 of you are welcome to stay behind. I'm coming with you. A girl died because of the things I did. I can't just pretend it didn't have anything to do with me. No, I don't want to. Mel, character development. I never had any intention of fleeing. You may have been the one running the operation, but I did just as many terrible things as you. Well then. say, Michelle? Yes. I figure this is probably my last chance to say it, so thank you for convincing me to hand over my key. For giving me the courage to open my eyes. You always had the courage within you, Mel. You simply needed a little help finding it. It wasn't my strength that allowed you to take action, but your own. Haha. You sure know how to make someone feel better about themselves. I'd like to be a little stronger next time around if there really is a next life. I'd like to be strong enough to face whatever comes my way, to not run away or try to ignore it. I have no doubt you will be. The trials you're made to face are great, and very few of them are of your own making. Yours is a tragedy of circumstance, of feelings kept secret and good intentions gone wrong. If you can face the problem when it arises rather than look away, I'm certain you can find your way to a better future. You mean in my next life? I do. I'll trust you know what you're talking about then and burn your advice into my soul. Don't look away. Please do. I'm glad to have met you. If there is a next life, I'd like it if we could be friends. Just so you know, you'll never convince me to go on walks around a lake or take naps out in the sun. Well, that makes you sound like a very gloomy, unpleasant person to be around. Just joking. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, you kept telling me you weren't an angel, but you actually are, aren't you? I promise you, I'm a regular man. You told Morgana you were an angel. Angels and demons don't get along very well, so I'd rather not run into you in my next life. He's so like, you're an angel, I'm a demon, we don't mix. I appreciate what you did here, though. I'll do my best to be more human next time. Please do. If I repeat to myself what you told me, that what I need most is restraint as I make my departure from this world, then maybe I won't forget it, even if I do lose my memories. Burn it into my soul. I rather like that. I think I'll follow the boy's lead there. That would be best. And I'll be praying that even if you aren't capable of love, you'll be able to live a peaceful life with a good woman who loves you. That you'll be able to make her happy by doing so. I still think she'd be better off never knowing me. Whether you want her to or not, she's almost certainly going to meet you and fall in love with you. You know, now that I think about it, she's not as normal as I first thought. She's a peculiar woman. I can't say I disagree. Well, I guess this is goodbye then. That it is. I know everyone else is doing it, but I've got nothing to say to you. I didn't expect you would. Huh. Though I suppose I do have something I'd like to say to you. And what might that be? Be more open with yourself. If you had only put your feelings into words, things would have turned out differently in both this life and your next. Coming from you, a man who looks even more closed off than me, that rubs me very much the wrong way. That's fair. That is fair, though. Do I really look that closed off? In more ways than one, yeah. That part of me is deeply ingrained. You're telling me to open up won't magically disentangle my personality and make it be. I don't think you're as twisted as you believe you are. I'll consider it if this next life nonsense you're selling is true. Please do. Lord have mercy. One hell of a man certainly busted his way into my life. The last thing I expected was for an outsider to be the one to get us to open that door. Impressive work for one man. It was not only my doing. I had help from a number of people. And it was you, Giselle, who did the most in getting me here. I'm not as big a man as the three of you make me out to be. Before this, I'd lost so much. I felt utterly powerless. I was on the verge of abandoning all hope. But having the opportunity to meet all of you, to spend time with you and the people around you, it did a great deal to revitalize my spirit, despite the atrocities involved. So I thank you. I pray your next lives may turn out better. I suppose we should get going then. I'll have to pay for our crimes, to relieve her soul of some of its pain. And I suppose to make sure their next lives go a little better. Let's. He places a hand on the large door, then takes a step forward. The door lets out a heavy groan, and moonlight slips through the widening crack. It's all over now. I did it. I changed the past. What? What the hell? Ugh! What I see beyond the door is not the nighttime courtyard. The sun hangs high in the sky, shining down on the blood-soaked grass. Why? What's going on? That's when I notice the weight of Morgana's body is gone from my arms, and then... Out in the courtyard. Mel! Nellie! I see a flaxen-haired girl vomit blood and fall to the ground. Yeah, this is the parasite dinner luncheon scene. A young man kneels over her and takes his own life. No! There are dead and dying townsfolk all around the nun. The swordsman is skewered as he scrambles to reach her. And the door just to my back. Jacopo. The Lord lies unmoving, slumped against the wooden frame in a pool of blood. How can this be? We were all just talking not a minute ago. How the hell did we go from that to this? Why, damn it? I changed the past, did I not? I steered them away from this outcome. I changed. Oh, that's what this is? As much as I don't want to believe it, it makes sense. The sense that something wasn't quite right, I've been feeling ever since I got here. The darkness that swelled up when I touched the necklace. I was never in the past at all. This isn't the real world. It's the realm of the dead. The same domain in which the cursed mansion resides. Which is why, when I arrived here, something felt off. I always considered this was a possibility, but they do a lot to make you have faith that this is actually the past, that they actually time traveled. Because death filled the air, somewhere deep down I can sense the similarity between here and the mansion, that gathering place of departed souls. It was never possible for me to travel back in time, to exist and interact with the real past. I was able to summon the darkness because this isn't the real world. Merely a reconstruction, a projection of their soul's memories. It was all set in stone long ago. None of the time I spent with any of them was real. Every emotional moment I thought I shared with them was all an illusion. I think this had an effect, dude. Don't give up so fast. If this is their soul's memories, then surely they all heard you, right? None of my conversations, none of the smiles I managed to get out of them were real. I was never there. I was never present in the past with them. I'm currently sometime after all that, sometime beyond the era Morgana lived. Beyond the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries. What I spoke of as their next lives was actually their past lives. All three tragedies are history. Immutable, irreversible history. There's nothing to change anymore. What, then, did I fight so hard to achieve? What did I accomplish by warning them of their next lives, by convincing them to endeavor to take different paths? Nothing? Was it all for nothing? I go limp at the sight of it all. Bro, you need Giselle right now. Where is she at? Dropping to my knees and sending ripples through the sea of blood. Morgana, the girl who called me an angel and asked me to deliver her unto her father, is still chained up inside the tower. What did I accomplish? What purpose did anything I do serve? Was it all just a big damn waste of time? But my cries go unanswered, simply fading into the dead air. Giselle, who kept me going for so much of this ordeal, is still silent. No, I did accomplish something. It wasn't a waste of time. That's what she would have told you. Everything I did, it wasn't for nothing. I may not have changed the past, and I may not have stopped their tragedies, but I achieved something. I uncovered their stories. I learned the truth of everyone's involvement, which was your original goal this whole time. You can't take that away from me. I know you're out there, Morgana. I know you've been watching this whole time. You know the whole truth. You know the truth now. I accomplished that much. This has to change how you see them, at least a little. If the present Morgana has a change of heart, decides to let go of her hatred, then that should cause the cursed mansion to disappear, set their souls free. I'll take that leap of faith. That what I've done is enough, and make my way back, believing there's a future for them beyond their tragedies. I'm coming back, Morgana. I'm returning to that house, to that world of blackness seething with hatred, to my present. I'm going to try this once more. An honest attempt to really see you, to face you, Morgana. I'll be there as soon as I can. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, I turn my gaze toward the heavens. The searing sunlight is slowly eroded by darkness, and my body, my mind and soul follow soon after. The bloody, corpse-riddled courtyard dissolves. And I find myself once more in an utterly lightless void. I clench my teeth as hard as I can manage, squeeze my eyes as tight as I can, because that's the only way I can keep the screams back, the tears from spilling down my cheeks. It's okay to cry, bro. Michelle, open your eyes, Michelle. Come to me. The white-haired girl? Holy fuck! We haven't seen her in a dog's age. Holy fuck, okay. What? We meet at last. What? Why is the white-haired girl here? Never mind that. Where am I? I was trying to get back to the mansion. How did I end up here? Do you know who I am? Of course I do. How could I not know who you are? Splendid. But what are you doing here? Why is there a sword in your hands? And why can I not speak? And she's wearing Morgana's cloak. 'Cause she is Morgana, half of herself. And why can I not speak? I was able to return to this gathering place of souls thanks to your efforts. Your uncovering of the truth of those events that transpired so many years ago allowed me to remember everything I had forgotten. To remember who I am. Remember who you are? You mean that you're part of Morgana? My apologies. Bringing your soul here without any preparation has left you in a bit of a nebulous state, but my heart told me I had to do this now. Though you have no voice, I can feel your presence quite clearly. Oh, Michel, namesake of the great Archangel Michel, and man of tremendous virtue. I have brought you here to ask for your assistance. I pray you will be able to help me. My request for you is simple. Take this blade, and with it extinguish my soul. What are you? Extinguish your soul? I realize that it's cruel for me to ask this of you, and for that I deeply apologize. But I want it to be you who sends me off. Could you grant this girl her selfish request? That's not why I sought the truth, not because I wanted to see anyone extinguished, but because I wanted to set everyone free from the mansion's cursed bonds, because I wanted to put an end to this cycle of pain and suffering, because I wanted to save every last person caught in this tragic quagmire. That includes you. And you're asking me to eradicate your soul? I must be destroyed. You can't tell me that after everything you've seen, you haven't realized that I have no place in their lives. While it is true that Morgana wished misfortune to befall them, if I hadn't been there, none of their tragedies would have taken place. If I hadn't been there, the flaxen-haired girl would have been able to let go of her yearning for her brother. If I hadn't been there, the shipwrecked merchant's lover would not have lost her place as his tether. If I hadn't been there, the ambitious businessman would not have been betrayed by his close friend. Why are you acting like it's all your fault? It's him. Why are you acting like it's all your fault? Are you trying to say everyone would be better off without you? I was not a victim in the tragedies. I am culpable for them. Culpable? Like hell you were. I saw everything from start to finish. You didn't intend for anything bad to befall anyone. You always acted out of the good of your heart. And you're trying to tell me that makes you culpable. What do you say we answer one last lingering question, Michel? The question of what I am. The explanation might be a bit lengthy, but I would like to share it with you before I depart. I was, as you ascertained, created by Morgana's mind as it broke down in that tower. I was born to be a receptacle for her pain, to ease her suffering. But there's more to the story than that, Michel. Upon her death, Morgana's soul was afflicted with great pain, resulting from the hatred and resentment she bore. The fact that she viewed herself as a saint only served to amplify that agony. Her identity as a saint gave her purpose in life, while simultaneously constraining her. A saint must put herself second to all others. She must be caring, generous, forgiving. She must not bear any ill will for anyone. That was not how she felt deep down, though. She was not a saint out of the goodness of her heart. She wanted to hate them, but her identity would not allow her. Those two conflicting aspects of herself tore Morgana apart. She was unable to withstand it. So she took all her saintly characteristics and gave them to me. Caring for others, putting herself second, being forgiving. And then she severed that part of her soul. So that's why you always seem so abnormally pure-hearted. I was no longer a part of Morgana, but something entirely separate. However, I wasn't me yet either. When you came to the mansion and resurrected Morgana, you resurrected me as well. The red eyes look very pretty on her, yeah. She's about to explain that. I think her whole appearance is based on Michelle. But I had no self at first. I was, I suppose, not much different than the particles of dust floating around the mansion. But eventually that dust gained a sense of self, taking form as a human soul, and descended into the realm of man and the fate which governs it. What do you think the first thing a new soul wishes for? Oh my god, Stella, no. Stella, this is not the time to be fucking with my stuff. Ah! Sorry about that. My cat. What do you think the first thing a new soul wishes for when it is born, Michelle? To live. I wished for a continued existence in this world. In a world where I was never meant to exist. I refused to accept that there's anything wrong with wanting to live. I was supposed to remain within Morgana as a part of her. I was never meant to be a soul of my own. To become one was to turn against the laws of the universe. Hello, Danny! I am here. I'm talking to the white-haired girl, and this is so surreal. We haven't seen her in so long. I hope you can catch my VOD and see if there's anything you want to watch me react to or whatever. To become one was to turn against the laws of the universe. I wished to live, and Morgana wished to curse the three men's souls. Though we sought after completely separate things, because we were once two parts of a whole, each of our wishes were shaped by the others. In order for an incomplete soul like mine to survive, it needs something to bind itself to the world, something strong enough to prevent the universe from correcting the anomaly. And so the wish of that anomaly gave birth to yet another anomaly. A house that sat outside the currents of time. One that could descend into the mortal realm at various times and places. Oh, my YouTube? Oh, thank you! And it was that house that served as a tether for my soul. You mean it wasn't Morgana's power that created the mansion, but your own wish? And why did it have to be that house that bound me to the world? Because that was where she lingered, the girl from which I was formed. Which meant that my wish had the consequence of granting Morgana's wish with it. The house, having attained perpetuity, served as a place for those reconstructed by Morgana's curse to return to. Furthermore, my connection with her had another consequence. I was the one most affected by her wish. As much as I may have wanted to do good for them to be happy, my fate was dictated by her wish. In that position, my merely showing affection for anyone was damnable. Falling in love was an act of villainy. my very presence malevolent. Don't say that. I was the true witch, the true demon child. Stop talking, please. It should never have been possible for me to have a life at all. Please, stop. The universe must be returned to its proper state, Michelle. Don't talk about yourself like that. I must be erased, and Morgana's soul restored to its original form. But why? I do not belong here. I never belonged here. What's so wrong with wanting to live? The defect must be repaired. You're not a defect. Damn it. Why couldn't I be able to get a word in now, at least? The restoration will not be instantaneous. It took many, many years for me to be formed, and it will take as long, if not longer, for the process to be reversed. But her soul will eventually return to its proper state, and perhaps when her soul is restored, Morgana won't be a human. Perhaps she will be a butterfly resting on the lip of a flower. Perhaps she will be that flower. Perhaps she will be the breeze in which that flower sways. Whatever form she takes, it will be her, whole and complete. With me gone, no more tragedies should take place. So please, take this sword and extinguish me. Put an end to this cycle of misery. I want you to be the one who does it. Please. Kill me. Ah! I have a feeling this is going to be a choice. I can't. You're asking too much of me. Yes, I want to save Morgana's soul, but do you really have to die for that to happen? Is there not some other way? Won't you do this for me? I cannot. I could never take that sword. I know it's unfair of me to ask this of you, but I want it to be you. As selfish a request as it may be, I want the curtain drawn on this ersatz life. By the man I admired so deeply. You admired me? Let's talk a little bit about that admiration, shall we? Is this why she looks like Michelle? And where I got my physical appearance? Well, I called that, didn't I? This goes back to when I was a mere particulate matter drifting about the house. While I still had no mind of my own at that point, I witnessed everything that took place within the house. And in the moment of your death, Michelle, was I born. You saw my death? Your actions that day appeared to me as the very definition of selfless and honorable. Remember when in the first story she said that her sin was falling in love with him? Yeah, I do remember that. Your life bore many similarities with Morgana's. You were both abused, imprisoned, called a witch. But while Morgana sought vengeance, you watched your own mother burn your crucified body, and you wished for release rather than revenge. There's nothing honorable about that. I had just lost all hope for myself. I expect you'll disagree with me, say that it was a sign of your weakness, but that was not how I interpreted it. Self-sacrifice being one of the core characteristics Morgana gave to me, I was deeply moved. You didn't curse those who had wronged you in life. You chose your own destruction. And I admired that strength of spirit. That admiration helped to shape my wish, to determine the form I would take and the name I would have. That's why, whenever I gained a physical body, it was modeled after yours with Snow white hair and ruby red eyes. Why, my name was always Michelle, after the same angel from whom you took yours. I'm not. I'm in no way worthy of anyone's admiration. My admiration caused both you and the woman you love a great deal of pain, and for that I apologize. But it also shows just how much I wanted to be like you. I would ask for you, if you would be so kind, to consider this a great favor for a starry-eyed little girl. A girl who, quite literally, idolized you to her very soul. Don't. I couldn't ask for a greater honor. How can you tell me that, then to be erased from the world by you, my idol, and then ask me to kill you? Please, Michelle, be the one to send me off. Ah! No matter how many times you ask, I can't kill someone who's told me they wanted to live. I know what it's like to wish for life. I don't know if you've realized it yet, Michelle, but this is the first time we've actually met. It is. The story of the fourth door was Morgana's creation, which means that until now, we've never been in the same place while both aware of the other's presence. As far as you should be concerned, I'm a complete stranger, yet still you hesitate. I'm glad that you're reluctant, but you've shown me enough sympathy. I don't consider you a stranger at all. Indeed, this is the first time we formally met, but I've watched you go through so much. I've seen you live 3 different lives. I've seen the impact you had on the people behind all 3 of those doors. You are in no way a stranger. With my erasure, Morgana's soul will eventually become whole again. Her curse and the eternal cycle of agony it brings will be no more. When I am gone, everything will return to its rightful place. I implore you to not hesitate any longer. Are there really no other options? Is killing you really the only way to make things right? To release everyone from this curse? I'm delighted to have finally been able to meet you, the man after whom I modeled myself. I am incapable of taking my own life, Michelle. God's teachings prohibit it, and as such, my identity as a saint prevents me from doing so. No, I don't want you to commit suicide. I want to find some way for you to live, to remain a part of this world. I know that by asking this of you, I'm causing you great heartache, and for that I offer you my sincerest apologies. But so long as I continue to exist in this world, Morgana can never truly have redemption. Tell me, who is it you've been fighting so hard to save? That doesn't mean that I didn't want to save you too. I believed I could save everyone summoned to the mansion, that no one would have to suffer anymore, that there would be no more tragedies. Michelle, take the sword, please. Worry not, Michelle. Doing this will allow you to save everyone. You'll cast off the darkness inhabiting the house, set all its prisoners free, give Morgana her salvation, and give me mine as well. Extinguishing my soul will be my salvation. I've had a full, satisfying life, even if every moment of it was rooted in iniquity. I had well beyond my share of happiness. I don't need any more. Oh, Michelle, namesake of the great Archangel Michael and man of tremendous virtue. I ask of you to please draw this cycle of misfortune to an end. To take this blade and deliver everyone from their fates. It must be you, Michelle. You must be the one to do this. I'm gonna make another save just in case. Page 2! No! I'm not taking the sword, bitch. I'm waiting as long as it takes, bitch. I know this is timed. You can't fucking fool me. I'm gonna go use this opportunity to take a drink of water, okay? To refill my cup, okay? Because I'm not fucking taking the sword. BRB? Alright, back with water. Since this shit is still going on, I'm gonna, what? Low battery? I'm gonna feed my cat. Alright, hold on a moment. So, how have your guys' day been? I thought for a second the music wasn't gonna repeat. How are you guys? Maybe I'll finish eating my pasta here, since I have a break. It was okay? That's the best you can ask for, huh? I mean, like, okay is definitely better than not okay. There's still a while left to the game. Like 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, I'm not, I figured this wasn't the end. but getting close. Yeah, I might just have to finish this on Wednesday, but that'll give plenty of time to, that'll give plenty of time to start getting into Requiem for Innocence and things like that. Explore some bad endings, things like that. So by the fact of you not telling me that, oh, Katie, this isn't actually timed, I assume this is actually timed. So how long do I have to fucking wait? Is it like 5 minutes, 10 minutes? This is so interesting. Oh, so I've just been sitting here doing nothing. Okay. I thought I could wait it out. You're just curious how long I would. You're so mean. What the fuck? You're actually, I have no idea. What if I push B? That doesn't do anything. You're just curious how long I would wait. I'm just so... Okay. There's literally no way to progress. As she is Morgana's good side, the only way to save Morgana is for her to become one person again. No, that does make sense. But still, I was like, we gotta save everyone. It's like, no one gets left behind. No one gets left behind. Fine. Thank you, Michelle, for having the strength to do what must be done. And I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position. Once my soul has been erased, I will be gone from this world forever. I will not return, not in this or any other form. I feel no woe in that knowledge, though. I welcome my destruction with the utmost of joy. However, if it wouldn't be too much to ask, for you to keep just a little bit of me in a corner of your soul, Michelle, to remember me, to remember the life I lived, that would make it all worthwhile. Please, combine the albinos. Thank you, Michelle. You may very well be a genuine angel. You know, I almost feel like maybe we should stop here, since now is the grand great new tomorrow, and see what the fruits of our labor are, right? Would it be best to start the last episode like that? Or do you think I should push a little further and there's a better place to stop? What do y'all think? Oh, sorry. I said, I was wondering if maybe this was a good place to stop for today, because this seems to be the start of like the great new bright wonderful tomorrow, and if not that, then just to see what the hell happened, what the fruits of our labor were from all of that, because from here on out we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. So I wondered if maybe this was a good place to stop, or if I should push a little further and there's a better place to stop and start the end of the game on Wednesday. Basically, just if you guys think this would be a good starting place for a last episode, or if I should push a little further and there's another good place to stop. I could stop here. So here, there's like an hour and a half left. Well, since these streams have been going on for 5-6 hours, I mean, we'd beat the game pretty early, and then we'd have a lot of time to get into the extra content. But do you have any idea how long the extra content is? Or I could at least just get as much as I can done in a final episode. Yeah, maybe I should just stop here. Yeah, that's right. You finished this really recently. Yeah, maybe I should just stop here. And we have a mega end of Fata Morgana extravaganza on Wednesday. Hope that's not an awkward time for people. Wednesday being in the middle of the week and stuff. I suppose it's possible I could do it. Yeah? I'm gonna DM Cece because I know she hasn't seen a lot of the extra stuff either. And if she's got time on Saturday, maybe I should just do it tomorrow. Or if not, and just skip needle felting for a week. Or if not, just go Wednesday as scheduled. Cause you guys right here and CC have made this like really fun, like our little group, all of us watching it together, you know? So I don't want to I want to see if I can at least get CC on Wednesday. So I'll give her a beep. Let's see. Let's see if anyone else is running this. Let's see, it's just me as usual, I wonder? Or, yep, just me as usual. Oh, well. All right, so I'm gonna look up. There are a bunch of friends who are on. Oh, the next Fata Morgana stream has finally has the song you like and you want to talk about it. Oh, yay! Hey, Enrique. Yes, the schedule on my stream will, I'll definitely reflect that to show what my next Fata Morgana stream is, but also, if you want, I could drop the link to my Discord. And I always do alerts there whenever I go live and stuff. And do announcements if I'm changing up my schedule. But if just looking at my, just if you want. Oh, Danny, your internet is back. All right. Okay. Danny, I was just talking about, so I was saying I'm going to stop here. And I was deciding whether or not, if I should, do the final Fata Morgana extravaganza. Enrique says I have about an hour and a half left of the game. If I start that, if I do a special episode tomorrow, or if I just do it as scheduled next Wednesday, I wanted to know, well, I wanted to make sure as much of our little group could be together as possible. So Danny, does like Saturday or Wednesday work best for you to like do the end of the game and see the extra content like Requiem for Innocence? That's what it's called, right? Oops. Oops. That's cool for you, either day? Either day works? Yeah, this stuff we can't even touch yet. We can look at this stuff next time. It's not short. Maybe it won't be the last episode then, but we'll just see how long we can see. It's actually a full game? Holy F. Maybe we should start with like the reincarnation short stories and the bad endings. And then maybe I can make a completely separate like Requiem for Innocence stream. Maybe we'll touch that last just in case it's like another full-blown game. Or you know what? I'll do a little bit of my own research off stream. How about that? All right, until then, let's see. Yeah, I know it'll low battery for whatever reason. Who's... There are quite a few people on. Let's see, who's a good buddy we haven't seen in a while. I haven't seen Nono in a while. Do you guys like Splatoon? My friend Nono is playing Splatoon 3. All right, let's see. Oh, always have a good time watching you. Oh, sorry. Painfully comfy. You can do the end of the game and short stories with it. Yeah. Oh, right. Before I do the raid, right? I have to drop you guys my Discord link. Right. Let me make sure I have the right one. Usually it's my mod who makes sure the correct link is going out because I kind of have it change every week. So let me just get it directly from my thingy. I'm still so bad at Discord. Give me that link. Okay, here you go. All right, there you guys go. I'm glad you had a painfully comfy time alone. But yeah, I'll definitely, if you guys want to join my Discord, go right ahead, and I'll make sure I have my announcements, and I always have pings when I go live too. But if not, you know, it's totally cool. I can just check my schedule, right? And I'll update it to when I decide whether I'm gonna do the end of Fata Morgana tomorrow or Wednesday. All right? So until then, let's raid Nono. Nono is playing Splatoon 3. Nono's very cool. Alright, the raid is going out. And thank you guys so much. This is so cool. I'll see you guys next time. I'll let you know when that is. Bye.